Hello and welcome to this course, the JavaScript and jQuery crash course. I am so happy about this course. We are going to learn a lot about JavaScript. This course is just for beginners, so don't worry if you have no experience with the course. We are going to learn a lot over here. We are going to do lots of mini projects. Have fun around with this course. We're also going to tackle jQuery as well. So before I go into detail, let's just jump straight into the course. So who is this course for? This course is for complete newbies or beginners in JavaScript, right? So you have never ever touched JavaScript before in your life, or you've played around with it a very little but not really done anything, or not really done anything with it, or probably you don't really understand how JavaScript works, how it plays with HTML, or you've done it before, but then you need like a complete walkthrough of it. Sometimes when you're tackling these kind of programming concepts, you can't just rush through, right? You need to understand things from the fundamental background. So probably you've played around with JavaScript in the past, but then your basics are lacking. This course is just for you. Now, the objectives for this course, you learn how to manipulate the document object model, that's the DOM, with JavaScript. You also know how to add basic interactivity to your website, to not beyond the boring HTML and CSS, add some touches and life to your site. You also understand and learn about jQuery. jQuery is a JavaScript library, right? It makes writing JavaScript a bit easier and also shorter. Okay, so we'll learn about jQuery, and we'll do some really cool stuff with JavaScript and jQuery all together, right? So this is entirely an end-to-end course, and you definitely get a lot from it when you stay through it to the end. So what will you need for this course? You should have watched the introduction to HTML and CSS course. If you haven't watched that video, please pause this right now, go back there, and then clear those videos, because they are really important, right? I will not be spending too much time explaining CSS stuff or things we do with CSS. I assume you already know them. It's same for HTML. You need to really have a strong grasp of HTML so that you would really understand the concept of JavaScript, because you'll be essentially manipulating HTML tags and then a document object model. So if your HTML and CSS background isn't up to point, then you'd find some challenges in this course. So definitely do watch these two courses. You also need a laptop with internet connectivity, because we'll be downloading some stuff, trying out some stuff on online and all that. So you need a laptop. Next is the book reference, which is Learning Web Design 5th edition by Jennifer Robbins. It is an amazing book that I think you should check out. The link to the book is in the description, so you can download it for free, and then get yourself inside, read it end to end, and I bet you it will definitely help you. All right. Then lastly, it's a willingness to keep practicing and playing around with what I teach you over here. You can't go far in your professional career as a developer, as a JavaScript developer or a web developer, without practicing. Each and every day you have to practice. Don't go even one day without learning something new or practicing. Okay, it gets hard because there's a whole lot you have to do, responsibilities you have to tackle and all that, but definitely it should squeeze some time to practice and go back to the basics. Even myself, I spend some time to go back to the basics and then learn and then keep learning. Okay, so as to keep the fundamentals really fresh. All right, it's very key. All right, if you don't do that, it will be hard for you to progress and improve. So like we always say at Carrot Institute, keep practicing and playing around with what is taught. This is what I'll be using to teach you Visual Studio Code and then CodePen. All right, so we'll download Visual Studio Code, and then I think if you have already taken the first two courses, you already know how to go about CodePen, how to create your account, and how to start creating some pens, right? So anytime we need to test something quickly in JavaScript, I'll just switch to CodePen, and then we'll take you from there. So before we get started, a quick one. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do all to subscribe. It supports us, right? The videos are free, and we try to drop weekly videos on several programming content for beginners. We also talk a lot about how to build your career and all that stuff in the course of our videos. So if you haven't subscribed, please do all to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and then show your support for us. Thank you very much. So now that we have the introduction out of the way, let's get started with the meat of the course. So what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a programming language that adds interactivity and custom behaviors to website, right? It's basically a client-side scripting language. In our introduction to programming, we talked about what scripting languages are. We talked about what compiled languages are. So go back to that video if you don't know this concept, and then grasp it. These days, JavaScript is not used just for the client side. Okay, with the invention of Node.js, now JavaScript is able to run on the server side as well, right? But then for this course, we are focusing on JavaScript running on the client side, right? So this means that it runs on the user's machine, that is on the browser, and doesn't run on the server. Okay, JavaScript is a loosely typed programming language. All right. When we start a practical, I'll explain what we mean by a language being loosely and dynamically typed, right? So this course is a whole lot of practical. In fact, all the concepts that we'll be learning, all of them will be coming through practicals. Okay, so really get your laptop and your internet together, because it's going to be a crazy ride, right? And then we said JavaScript adds interactivity to our website. So what do we mean by interactivity? Okay, so sometimes you go to a website, you have let's say a form, you start filling the form, they tell you the email must contain something, or maybe they tell you that the password does not it's not up to a certain number of characters, or the password does not contain a certain number of characters. That's JavaScript, right? You go to YouTube, you are watching a video, you click the play button, the video renders some art play and all that. All that stuff is JavaScript writing, asking. So JavaScript is really powerful. Trust me, it's super high end. You can do a whole lot of crazy stuff with JavaScript. You can build mobile apps with JavaScript. You can build desktop app with JavaScript. So JavaScript is not a language you can go wrong with. It's really versatile these days. And each and every moment, improvement and a ton of frameworks are coming up that make even JavaScript writing a breeze, right? Sometimes you go to a website, you see an image slider, you click, and this flashy stuff is happening. There's a whole lot of effects going on. Right now, you combine JavaScript with CSS, and you can do crazy stuff. You can probably take man to the moon with JavaScript. Yeah, that's just for jokes, right? But then basically, yeah, that is it. Just like CSS, right? You can add JavaScript right on the HTML page, right? Or you can add it in an external sheet, right? In our practicals, I'll talk about both ways, how you can add JavaScript in the HTML and how you can add it externally, right? So if you want to embed it right on the page, you add a script tag, and then your JavaScript goes on there. And then if you want to connect to an external script too, you can do it this way. Now, external scripts are not necessarily scripts that your own script, right? They can be usually when you start using plugins like jQuery or Bootstrap or whatever it is, you find that the SRC attributes are linked to CDNs. Okay, CDNs it's called a content delivery network, right? It's beyond the scope of this course, right? But then basically people host their JavaScript files and all that stuff on CDN so that you can use it, right? So you can build your own JavaScript something, let's say you can write some JavaScript code to help people add two numbers, for example. You can make this code a plugin, post it somewhere, and then some people can pull in that your code and then use it to help them add their numbers, right? Now with that, they don't need to sort of write the same code again, right? So it's the same thing for things like sliders, image sliders, and a whole lot of functionality. So don't worry too much about that. There's a section called JavaScript libraries where I'll go more into detail into how these external codes work, right? So basically this is how we add JavaScript to a page. right? Now, in writing your JavaScript, okay, just like any other programming language, there are some rules. Okay, in CSS, we said that every CSS declaration, every CSS rule has a selector. Then in the selector, we have some declarations. Declarations are made up of the attributes and then the values. All right, and the semicolon at the end. So CSS has its rules. In HTML, we said that there's the opening tag, there's the closing tag. Okay, and the HTML elements can have attributes, they can have class names, they can have IDs. All right, so it's the same thing for JavaScript. Now, JavaScript too has its rules. Now, JavaScript is case sensitive. Okay, if you don't understand it, don't worry, we'll talk about it. So, like you declare a variable called full. Full is not var. Full with a capital of F is not the same as var full with small letter f, right? Now, white spaces such as tabs and spaces are also ignored. All right, so then in HTML, if you give a whole long space, when you render that particular tag in the browser ignores that space except you specify that, hey, keep that space for me, right? Now, JavaScript statements, example, alert hello world, we'll talk about that. So a statement tells the browser what to do. Okay, so when we say alert hello world, okay, that sort of lets the browser pop up a message that says hello world. Okay, and then the semicolon at the end, like you see over here, it tells the browser that, hey, this is the end of my statement. Okay, so the semicolon is very important. Sometimes some people do not ask them in JavaScript, some people do not ask semicolon at the end of the statement, some to ask, but then for best practice, to keep your code standard and organized is best, and to avoid any potential issues, it's best to use semicolons in your at the end of every statement. Okay, and then also like I said, people use line breaks as well instead of semicolons. So once you go onto a new line, JavaScript considers it as like a new statement. All right. Okay, so practice time. Like I said, this course is going to be really practical. We are going to have so much fun. I'm going to take you through variables and arrays, conditionals, loops, comparison operators, data types, functions, variable scope, and I'm going to make this very practical and relatable such that the concepts do not sound so abstract to you. Okay, so stay with me and then let's get started. So first, we are going to install Visual Studio Code and then we'll move on from there. So join me in the next session as we go on with our practice. Okay, so before we get started, let's set up Visual Studio Code if you don't already have it. Okay, I'm showing you how you can access Visual Studio Code. So I'll type Visual Studio Code, right? It's a very nice code editor ID that you can use. So you go to code.visualstudio.com and then you download it for Windows. Okay, and then if you also have Mac, I'm sure there are also options for Mac as well, and then you can download it. I have already downloaded it on my computer, so and installed it, so I wouldn't need to do that again. So you can download it and then just go through the installation process. It's very, very, very straightforward, okay, to help you get started with it. Or you can still use editors like Sublime Text or Notepad++. They also work. So whichever editor is okay for you, please go ahead and then use it, right? So let me close this. All right, so we are going to open the Visual Studio Code. Once you install it, you can just come here and type Visual Studio Code and open it right there. Or I have it on my tags bar, so I just open it. Okay, just a minute. Okay, so we have it here. So once you open it the first time, you may see this screen get started, and with a whole lot of stuff over here. You can just close it over here. So the interface is pretty straightforward. Okay, don't get lost as to how it works. We have the file explorer over here where you can add your files. We have the search here where you can sort of search for maybe you can search through your files. So sometimes you have like 200, 300 files, and then you need to find some specific code somewhere. You don't remember where it is. You can use the search over there. So it's really powerful that way, right? So we go to the Explorer. Now I don't have any folder open yet. Okay, so I can click to actually open a folder. That's a project folder. Okay, so I'll just click open folder, right? And go to my. So what I will do is that I can create a new folder here, right, which is maybe intro or JS intro. Okay, then I'll click that folder and I'll select the folder, right? Perfect. So now I have the folder. So you get this pop-up whether Visual Studio Code asks you whether you trust the authors of the folder, right? So you trust it and then you get it open. Okay, you close it. Now I can come over here, right? So over here I can right click on the folder and then I can click here and then click new file. Okay, so I can just name it maybe index.html. okay, and I have index.html over there. So this is my file, right? This is where we are going to be doing this demo for now. So it's very straightforward. Sure, you already are used to it. So let's add our basic structure of our HTML document. All right, so I'm just going to close this right here. Okay, I'm going to open the HTML, right? Okay, this closed it automatically for me. So okay, so I'm going to have the head tag, you know, as usual. Then let's just give it a title, intro to JavaScript. Okay, all right. We don't have any CSS files yet, so I think we'll just keep it this way, right? Then we have our body elements. Okay, so our body tag over here, right? So this is our basic structure for our JavaScript. So what I'll do is, let me make this small. Okay, let me go to the project folder, intro to JavaScript, right? And I'll open this in a browser, the index.html file in a browser. Now it's empty. Okay, so let's just do our usual stuff here. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we have our browser here and then we have our editor here. Okay, so this is our empty website, right? So I'm going to write our first line of JavaScript. Okay, so usually for the embedded JavaScript, what you do is that you position it. Okay, let me close it this way. So you can use the arrow to minimize the file explorer or maximize it. Okay, so I'll just minimize it for now. So for the embedded script tags, right? So embedded JavaScript, right? So for the embedded JavaScript, sorry, you put it right. You normally put it right before the closing body tag. Okay, usually people can put it in the head or before the body or anywhere in the page, but then to follow the standards, it's always at the best practice to put it at the end of the page, right? Now you want to make sure that your entire HTML has loaded before running your JavaScript, right? If you put your JavaScript on top, okay, you may have the issue of where you'll be trying to add JavaScript to certain elements on the page and then those elements haven't been yet loaded, okay, and then you start getting issues. So it's best to put it at the end, okay, before the body, with some certainty that those elements have been loaded. Okay, so we add it with a script. We add the internal JavaScript with a script type. Let's go to text/JavaScript. Okay, all right, then we are going to write our first line of JavaScript. So we put alert hello world. Okay, so let's put that there. This is our first line of JavaScript. Okay, and then let's reload. Okay, so hooray, you have written your first line of JavaScript, okay, which says hello world. Okay, so that is JavaScript right there in action. We've commanded the browser to perform a certain task. Okay, so then there's also login to the console, where we can do console.log hello world, right? So as you write more JavaScript, you come to understand how important console.log is, and then you find more intuitive ways of doing it. So let's show what console.log is. So I'll come to my page and I reload the page. I click OK. So I'm going to go to right click on the page and then click inspect, right? Then go to console. Okay, so we have now the hello world we logged over here is showing over here, right? So what happens is that right in your browser you can actually type JavaScript code directly in your browser. So I can type over here console.log hi, for example. Can type it right here. Okay, and the console logged hi. Okay, so you can type JavaScript right in your browser and then you can use that to test things quickly, or check stuff. If you have some error showing over there, you can use it to check stuff over there and see how it works. Okay, now let's see something. I'm going to change this from alert to Allah. Okay, right. I'm going to save it and I'll reload the page. Okay, so you see right in the console we have an error, reference error. Allah is not defined at index.html 16.9. Okay, so it means line 16 then column 9, right? So Allah is not an inbuilt JavaScript function, and then it's also not a function that you have defined, right? So we'll talk about functions, so don't worry about it. So you can use your console to be debugging, okay, trying to find issues when you write JavaScript code, right? Or if you write JavaScript code and something is happening and you're getting some errors, you can always come to your console and then see how see what is happening, right? So let's come back to the console again. We right click on the page, we come to inspect, and then we come to console, right? And then you see the error over there. So there are times you visit multiple sites and then you right click and then you see you right click, inspect those sites, and then you end up seeing some errors on the site. Okay, some errors can be false positive, that is, they're not really errors. Sometimes they can come as warnings or stuff like that. Okay, so that is something that you have to really take note of. So it's not always that you can be alerting, you can be console logging as well if you need to be faster. All right, so you've written your first 2 lines of code of JavaScript. So now let's start going on into detail about other portions of it. All right, so like I said, this is a statement. This is a JavaScript statement. This is also a JavaScript statement, and you realize that it ends with a semicolon. Now, if you don't end with a semicolon and you save, okay, so what happens is that you don't get any error for that. Okay, let's make this alert again. All right, and then let's save. Okay, you see that work, that still work. We have our hello world, right? So sometimes you can end your statement with a semicolon. Sometimes it depends on developer, right? But I prefer that you add a semicolon. It keeps everything clean and tidy at the end. Okay, all right, now over here we have an HTML comment. Okay, so how do you comment in JavaScript, right? So we comment by the double / right? So we have the this is a comment. This is a comment. Okay, so that comments are like parts of the code that do not run. Okay, they are there but they do not run. The browser sort of ignores it. All right, and then we can also have a multi-line comment, okay, which is asterisk and then / okay, so this is a line, this is a comment that drops to multiple lines. Okay, so this is a multi-line comment. All right, so this is how you comment in JavaScript. So you want to add certain things to your code, make some notes or stuff like that, you can always use comments. They are really helpful. All right, now let's go back to the alert. Okay, let me quickly alert. This is an alert. Okay, and let's save it. Right now, what happens is that when the browser, when you reload the page, okay, the browser, we said JavaScript is a scripting language which is sort of interpreted by the browser. Okay, so when you run this particular code over here, the browser picks that code and then converts it into the action that you want to happen. All right, so it's like giving take the browser like a chef. Okay, you give the chef some instructions and then the chef takes it and makes your food. All right, or you give the chef some ingredients and then some directions and the chef takes it and then makes your food, right? It's the same as the browser. So the browser is like the chef over here. You declare some instructions, you declare some tasks for it to perform. It takes all those tasks and then it gives you the needed output. All right. Okay, so now that we know about embedded JavaScript, okay, let's play around with the. Okay, let me type this here just for console log from embedded JavaScript. Okay, right? Okay, and then let's do the external scripts too, right? Let's do the external scripts to show you how. And we are going to be working mostly from the external scripts. Okay, so you open the script tag, okay, and then you type the type text slash JavaScript, okay, and then you have the src attribute, right? And I'll just name our external script index.js. Okay, so external JavaScript end with index with .js. Okay, just how with CSS we have we have .css. JavaScript is .js, right? We are going to create it in the same directory as our index.html. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to click new file, and I'll make it index.js. Okay, so that opens up right here. Okay, and then so let's try this out again. Alert, right? Hello from external JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript is so fun to write, like I love it. Okay, then we reload. So we see we have now the code in an external file, right? So when you write your code in an external file, it sort of keeps things cleaner, right? You don't have all the JavaScript mambo jumbo in your HTML file, right? But just like CSS, you are the developer, you know how you are organizing your code, right? So you can choose to organize it. You know, there are times I'm working on a project and I have JavaScript right in my my HTML, and there's also some JavaScript that I have in my external file. So it's all about you. It's all about how you are structuring your projects for, you know, maximum productivity and reusability, right? If you have some code that you realize that you use all the time across your project, sometimes it makes sense to put that in a separate file so that you can just copy and paste the files, that particular file, across multiple projects. Okay, so let's talk about variables, right? So I'm going to leave a comment here. Okay, so variables. Okay, so variables are like really fundamental blocks to every programming language, not just JavaScript, right? Every programming language, Java, C++, C, and don't confuse JavaScript with Java. JavaScript and Java are heavily different languages, okay? Very different. Okay, so don't say Java is JavaScript, right? JavaScript is different from Java. Okay, so like I said, variables are fundamental blocks in every programming language. Now, what are variables? Essentially, when you're writing a program, okay, the idea is you are instructing the browser or the computer to do something. Okay, you are issuing commands, right? Now, variables are like containers where you store information. For example, if you want to prepare food, right, you have your salt, and then you have your maybe you have your sugar, you have your oil, you have your tomato paste, and you know all that stuff, your spices. Now these spices are not hanging in the air, right? These spices are sort of in containers. So you take the container, you add it to this other container, or you take two containers. You take your salt, you pour it in container A. You take your maybe your sugar, you pour it in the same container A, and then you mix it up to get something. All right, I don't know where anybody will actually mix up sugar and salt for any reason, but then just say it. Okay, so to declare a variable in JavaScript, you can start with the var, right? My first variable. Okay, and then we said that is a container, right? And then what does it contain? So my first variable, maybe let's give it. No, let's name it var name is equal to, my name is Gilbert. Okay, so I have it here. So this is the simplest declaration of a variable. All right, so var name, that is the name of the variable. Okay, this is the keyword in JavaScript for declaring variables. Okay, and then equal to, you are assigning this value to this particular name. So if at any point in time I call on the name, right, I can get my value of Gilbert. So example, let's do alert. Instead of alerting Gilbert, let's do alert name. Okay, and then let's save that and reload. Okay, so you see that now the page is alerting Gilbert. All right, so name is storing the value Gilbert. So name is like a container. All right, now you have to know that JavaScript is case sensitive. Okay, so if I do var name is not it's not the same. Var name with a capital N is not the same as name with a small n, right? So let me make this and then let's save this way, right? So you see that this is giving me Blankson, right? So you have to be very aware of this. JavaScript is very case sensitive. Okay, so keep that in mind. Don't declare a variable over here and then later on try to call it with a capital. You get errors. Okay, you get errors. Then also there are some rules for declaring variables. You can't just get up and give any variable name that you want. Okay, variable names have rules. Okay, so variables can start with an underscore or a letter. It can contain digits, okay, but it cannot contain character spaces. So you cannot say var full name. You can't do something like this. It's equal to Gilbert Blankson. All right. You realize that Visual Studio Code has underlined it for me. Okay. So variable names cannot contain spaces. Please do remember that. Okay. Instead, if you want to have a variable like this, you can use var underscore full name. All right. Or you can say we can also do. You can also add digits access, so you can have full name maybe underscore 2, right? So that's the second full name. That's call. I'm also called Echo though. So Echo Blankson, all right? And then you have that over there. So full name 2, that's Echo Blankson, right? So I can come here and alert full name 2, right? So let's try that and see. Okay, so Echo Blankson, that is being alerted. Okay, so you are getting the concept of variables. So variables store this pieces of information that are used across your project. Okay, they are very basic concepts that you need to understand. Okay, there are other ways of declaring variables. We can also use maybe phone number. Okay, is equal to say maybe 02034512334, right? Okay, so let is also another keyword. Okay, there are some differences between let and var, right, which I will not go too deeply in this course because this is just introductory lesson. Okay, you can say alert phone number. Okay, and then let's go back and then reload. So it shows our phone number. Okay, so these are the ways of declaring variables, right? Now let me clear this. Okay, so let's say how would you actually use variables in an actual project? Okay, so let's say you are building something like a calculator. Okay, we'll do a whole lot of mini projects along the way for you to understand what we are doing. Okay, so let's say you are doing a mini calculator, for example. Now your project, what you are doing is that on your website somebody can enter 2 numbers and then have like your program will add those 2 numbers. Okay, so what you can do is that you can declare variables for these 2 numbers and then you can declare another variable for the results. Okay, so we can have var first number is equal to 1, for example. Okay, in the optimal scenario, somebody will be entering this 1, right, or you'll be picking this 1 from an input form, right? So don't worry, we'll talk about that now. Just get the idea. Okay, so this is inputted by the user, right? So we have var second number 2 is equal to 3. Let's say 3, right? Then var results is equal to first number plus second number, right? So let's alert results. Okay. So now let's save this and then reload. So you see we have the result of 4, right? Now if I change this to 5, okay, we are expecting 6, right? So we have a result of 6. Okay, so this is how variables work. So imagine you have a project which has 2 numbers. This is your simple logic. You've written a simple program to add two numbers. You can do same. You can say maybe first number times second number. Let's alert the results. Okay, that gives us 5. You can say first number divided by second number. All right, that gives us 0.2. Okay, so I hope you are sort of getting the whole idea behind these variables. Now, if you notice something in some languages, right, if you want to assign an integer or let's say a string to a variable, okay, what's an integer? A number, right? A string, like example, like the name example that I gave, right? Those are all different types of data. Okay, we have undefined, we have booleans, we have arrays and all that, which I'll talk about real quickly. All right, in some languages I can't just write var first number is equal to 1. I'll have to do something like int first number is equal to 1, okay, to tell the compiler that that particular variable is only accepting integers. You get it? But in JavaScript, this is what we mean by loosely typed. Loosely typed means that the browser automatically implicitly sort of determines what the type of variable is based on the value you are assigning to it. Okay, so when you assign 1 to the variable, the browser automatically implies that the variable is an integer variable, right? When you assign a name to it, a string to the browser implicitly determines that this is like a string variable. Okay, so you don't have to manually declare it. So that's what we mean by loosely or dynamically typed languages. Okay, also I can say var first number is equal to 1, then I can come back later and say var first number is equal to Gilbert. Now what do you think will be the result of this? Over here we'll have first number, right? And then let's reload and see. Now it's Gilbert. So the variable started off as a value of 1, and then later in my code I came to say that it now has a string. So now this is the most recent value, and then that is what is alerted by the browser. You get it? So this is a very interesting thing, a very interesting concept to grasp about JavaScript. Okay, how loosely typed it is. Now this power also usually brings a lot of issues. Okay, because then when you are working on very large code bases, if things are not really explicitly defined, okay, people can pick some variables and put some values inside, and then JavaScript will not show any error. So sometimes that can be problematic when you are writing JavaScript code. Okay, you provide this value to a variable, later on you change that value and you've forgotten that you declared a certain variable over there, and then it brings a whole lot of issues. Okay, so as much as possible, try using variables for what purposes you created them for. You get it, and then it'll help you, which is also why some technologies like TypeScript and all these technologies are really popular these days, because they let you, TypeScript sort of lets you add the whole int thing I talked about. It helps you to add some types to your JavaScript to actually avoid certain issues. Right, so I'm going to clean this up a little. Okay, so we look a bit organized here. So we have var number, so var first number, okay, is equal to 1, right? So that's an integer type. We have name is equal to Gilbert, right? So that is a string variable type. Okay, we have is your story true? Okay. Is your story true? Okay, so this is a boolean type, which is true or false. Okay, so this variable either is true or false. Okay, it cannot take any other values again. So this is a boolean type, right? We also have arrays. Okay, so let's make arrays a separate section, because arrays is it's totally a different thing altogether. Okay, so let's talk about arrays over here, right? So arrays are like they are containers that you store multiple groups in one value. Okay, so let's say you have a sign up form, right? People sign up on your site, and you want to get all the names of the people that have signed up, right? Now you can't do var name is equal to something, var another name is equal to something. So you can have like one variable that stores all the names. Okay, so let's say people who have signed up, right? So you can have something like, so this is how you declare an array. Okay, so you can have that. So let's say Gilbert, okay, Derek, okay, the comma. Okay, we can come on the next line. Let's see, in fact, let's do this. Okay, Gilbert, Derek, Kojo. Okay, we can have Peter. Okay, then let's save it. Okay, now let's say console log, right, people who have signed up. Let's put a semicolon there and then let's reload the page. Okay, let's go here, inspect. Okay, so you go to your console and then you see we have an array 4 over here, right? So let's open it and see. So you see we have Gilbert, Derek, Kojo, Peter, and the length is 4. Okay, so let's understand what is going on here. So for arrays are like they are index-based values. Okay, so essentially Gilbert is at the index of 0. It starts from 0. Array starts from 0. Derek is at the index of 1. Kojo is at the index of 2. And then Peter is at the index of 3, right? Now the total number of elements in the array is 4. Okay, so always keep, this is very, very important about arrays. Okay, array starts at the index of 0. Now, where do we use that? Let's say we want to find the first person that signed up. Okay, you know that array starts at an index of 0. So the first person who signed up will have 0. Okay, will be at an index of 0. So if I want to log that, I can say people who signed up into bracket, that this is a square bracket, all right, then 0. Okay, so you are saying go into that array. Okay, this is saying go into this array and pick the first element for me, which is 0. Okay, so let's save it and then reload the console. Okay, so you see that load Gilbert, just Gilbert. So let's say I want the second element. So the second element is not 2, it's 1. All right, so when you save it and then you reload, you have Derek over here. You get it? Right, so there's so much you can do with arrays, right? But I do not want to pour all that information on you sorry, in the beginning, right? So just get the basic concept of arrays. Okay, there's so much manipulations you can do with arrays. You can go through the arrays and say that, hey, show me all the elements in the arrays, or go through the array and then perform some functionality on it. Okay, so as you do the project, we'll be manipulating these more and more. Okay, but in the meantime, understand that these are arrays. Okay, now arrays are not just for names or something. You can say maybe I'm declaring an array of even numbers. Okay, so that can be an array of numbers too as well. Okay, so you can have, this time around, put them in a double quote. Okay, because they are digits. So you just put them as they are, right? So you can say even numbers 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All right. Okay, and then let's try console logging this, console.log, right? Even numbers. Okay, perfect. Then let's reload. Okay, so you see over here, so I have an array of 5 elements, and then 2. The first element is 2, second is 1, is 4, then 6, 8, 20. In that order. Okay, so these are arrays are really, really powerful, and as we go up ahead and then we do more complex stuff, you begin to understand how powerful they really are. Okay, so this was for arrays. Now let's go on to other data types. Okay, we have we talked about the Boolean data type. There are also sometimes you can have undefined, or you can have null. Okay, which are all various data types that you can use. Right, now let's talk about mathematical operators as well. So for the mathematical operators, all right, okay, so you have the plus. Okay, so let's say var sum. Okay, you can directly add 2 numbers, so 1 plus 1. Okay, and let's console log sum. Right, this is sun, sorry, let me say sum. In fact, let me leave it as sun for you to see what happens here. Okay, so you see what happens here. Error, it said on course reference error, sun is not defined. Okay, so you are trying to log a variable that you've not defined anywhere. Okay, so then the browser is telling you that, hey, this is not defined. Okay, so you go back and then go and check it. So over here I need to make it sum, right, and then I'll reload. So you see we have 2 over here. So this tells you that in JavaScript, you don't always need to sort of a variable does not always need to be just one value. Okay, it can be an expression. So this is an expression. Okay, 1 plus 1 is an expression. Okay, we can do same for string. Okay, so over here, instead of the var name, I can say var full name is equal to Gilbert plus, let me plus a space over here, and then plus a space over here, and then plus Blankson. Okay, So this is what we call concatenating strings. Okay, so I'm taking one string and I'm adding that string to another string. Okay, so Gilbert Blankson. Okay, so now when I log this, okay, let's quickly log the console or log full name. All right, let's reload the page. Okay, so you see I have Gilbert Blankson over here together. Okay, so this is an expression. All right, so I think you are getting the whole power. I hope by this time you're getting the power and then the versatility of JavaScript and what you can do. Okay, so back to the mathematical operators. I can say var division is equal to 10 divided by 5. Okay, this way, when I do it this way and I reload the page, right? Oh, sorry, I didn't log that. So console.log division, right? So let's reload that. So we have 2 over here. Okay, that is very nice. We have multiply. Okay, so we have, let's say, 100 times 2. So the times is the asterisk symbol. All right, so 100 times 2. Okay, so let me reload that, and then we'll have, I did not log this, sorry, console.log multiply. Okay, and then let's reload that. So we have 200. Okay, now we haven't done addition. Okay, let me just put it here, subtraction, sorry, var subtract. Okay, it's equal to 10 minus 1. Okay, so we can have console.log subtract. All right, and then reload the page. So we have 9. All right, so these are some various mathematical operations that you can sort of like have. All right, so you can play around with this. I can come back and say that var result. Okay, so what I can do is that I can add the value I get from multiply and add the value I get from division and add the value I get from subtract and the sum. I can add all of this into one value. So I can say var result is equal to sum plus subtract plus division plus multiply. Okay, then I can come here and log the result, console.log result. Okay, and then I'll reload the page. Okay, so I have 2, 1, 3. Okay, so I've added all the values from these variables and I'm getting one result. Okay, so this is some very interesting stuff that you can be playing around with this, be trying multiple operations, try combining the various variables. Now over here I can also come and say, let's say var name. Okay, name being Gilbert, right? So let's say var result, let me make this result 2 is equal to name plus sum. Now what do you think will be the results over here? I'm trying to add a string Gilbert to an integer which is 2. So I'm trying to add Gilbert and 2. What do you think will happen? All right, so let's log the results, console.log result 2. Okay, and then let's reload. So you see we have Gilbert 2. So JavaScript said, hey, you are trying to add a string and an integer. Well, let me just concatenate it for you. So doing this is sort of like doing this over here, sort of like trying to add the Blankson to Gilbert in a full name, right? So the JavaScript decides to convert this into a string. So JavaScript assumes that you are trying to do something like this. Okay, let's refresh that. Okay, so this is what happens when you try to add a string and then an integer. So let's talk about comparison operators. All right, so let me clear this. Okay, let's clear these examples that we have here. All right. Okay, so comparison operators. So let's just say you want to, this is where logic of your program really resides. Okay, so let's say you have 2 numbers. Your program, you're writing a program that compares whether a certain number is bigger than a certain number. Okay, or let's say you are building a platform, a software, there's a username and password, right? A person enters the username. You want to check whether the username is the same as what is stored in your database. Okay, what are some of the things that you use to do this check? So this is what we have comparison operators. Okay, so let's look at some examples, right? So let's say we have customer name, all right, is, let's say, no, let's just make it amount paid. Okay, let's say you have this software, people buy stuff on the platform, okay, and then you store the amount paid. Okay, so somebody came and paid an amount of, let's say, 45, right, over there. You can even have 45.2 or something, whatever it is, but let's make it 45. It can be naira, CD, dollars, whatever it is. Okay, now what you want to do is that if the person paid more than 40 CDs, right, you want to give the person a bonus, right, or you want to give the person like a gift in your shop. Okay, but if the person paid less than 40 CDs, the person doesn't earn anything. Okay, so this is where comparisons come inside, right? So this is how you write comparison. So if so this is the if statement, the if clause. So if the amount paid is greater than 40, right, then you come out and then you open and close a curly bracket and say console.log gift 5, no, let's say give $5 bonus, right? Now in real life, the code over here can be something more complicated, maybe sending an SMS to say thank you to a customer, or a whole lot of complicated stuff can go on in this block right here. Okay, but then for the testing, for purposes of testing, so we'll just leave it this way. All right, now let's reload and see what happens. Okay, so you see we said if amount paid is greater than 40, then give $5, console.log give $5 bonus. So we have the give $5 bonus over here, right? But imagine the amount paid was 35, right? We don't have anything, because based on our condition over here, we said this condition should only run if the amount paid is greater than 40, and the amount paid over here is less than 40, right? It's 35, so that cannot run. Okay, let's get this back to 45. Now you are saying, okay, well, if the amount paid is greater than 40, let's give the bonus. But what if the amount paid is actually less than 40? What do we do then? Okay, so that's why we have the additional clause called the else if. Okay, so else if, right, else space if amount paid is less than 40, all right, console.log sorry, you do not have any bonus, right? Then let's close it right here. Okay, so let's reload. So we have, because the value is 45, which is greater than 40, you have gives $5 bonus. So now let's make it less than 40. Let's make it 35. Okay, so you see we have sorry, you do not have any bonus. We make it 1. Sorry, you do not have any bonus. Okay, so you are seeing the power of conditional. So we said if amount paid is greater than 40, show this. If the amount paid is less than 40, show this. All right. Now, what if we instead want to do that? Okay, well, if the amount is greater than 40, give $5 bonus. Right? But if the amount is between 30 and 40, don't give $5 bonus. Give, let's say, $3 bonus. Okay, so if the amount paid is less than 40 and amount paid is greater than 30, so we are saying if the amount paid is less than 40 or greater than 30, okay, so it's a range. So we are saying between 30 and 40. Okay, so if the amount paid is less than 40 and amount paid is greater than 30, console.log gift a $3 bonus. Give $3 bonus. Okay, so now let's make this 30. Let's say 33, right? And let's see what happens. Okay, so now we realize that 33 is less than 40 and it is greater than 30. So this is the AND operator. Okay, so it's also one of the logical operators. Okay, we have the OR operator, which we'll also explore. Okay, so this is the AND operator. So we are saying that if the amount paid is less than 40, that is true, and greater than 30. So over here we have 33. 33 is less than 40 and 33 is also greater than 30. Okay, so that is should give the 3 bonus. But imagine we have 29, for example. Let's reload that. Nothing happens, okay, because though 29 is less than 40, so this will be true. 29 will be less than 40, but 29 is not greater than 30. So in that way, this condition over here, it fails. It won't work. All right. So when you use the end is supposed to be sort of all these two conditions must evaluate to true before the end works, right? Now imagine we did this place or. So we have or is like these two signs, right? It's on your keyboard. There's this straight sign on your keyboard. That is or. So now let's save this and then reload this. Okay, now this works. So why? Now the amount paid is less than 40. Yes, 29 is less than 40. But the amount paid is not greater than 30. So how come it still run? Okay, so what you are saying is that you are either this or this should evaluate to true. So if any of these conditions is correct, then the code should run. Okay, so that's also or can be both ways, right? Now you can also have the end. You are not restricted to just 2. Okay, you can even add another end over here, and amount paid is, let's say, greater than 20. Okay, so the amount paid should be greater than 20. At the same time, should be greater than 32. Okay, so this is like double conditions. Okay, so if I make this 20 instead, let's see what happens. So nothing shows over here. Okay, because you are saying that let's drop this right here. Okay, so you are saying that the amount paid, that value should fill all these conditions. So though it's less than 40, it's not greater than 30, and it is not greater than 20 either, so it fails. You get it? So you can combine these conditions in any way that you see fit. Now let's do something else. Okay, now let's add else. Okay, so this is what you call the else statement. So for the else statement, what you are saying is that if the amount paid is not greater than 40, so you check first, is amount paid greater than 40? No, it's not greater than 40. Is it less than 40 and greater than 30? So is it between 30 and 40? No, this is 20, so that's not between. Okay, so if all these conditions fail, what should happen? So over here we say console.log sorry, no bonus. Okay, so let's save that and then reload. Okay, so 20 does not fit in any of the conditions, so this statement finally runs. That's the else statement. So that is sorry, no bonus. I hope you are getting the concept over here and it's clear for you. Right now, let's do something. Right now, instead of this, let's make this 30 and let's see what happens. We still get sorry, no bonus. Right now, because we've said that if the amount paid is less than 40 and greater than 30, but we did not say what happens when the value itself is 30. Okay, so when the value itself is 30, there's no logic for that, so then this automatically runs. So if we really want 30 and 40 to be inclusive, then we say something like less or greater than 30. Okay, so sorry, we say greater or equal to 30. So greater or equal to 30. Okay, so if the amount paid is greater or equal to 30, give $3 bonus. Okay, so you see we have the give $3 bonus over here. So this is like how you this is another conditional operator where you can say greater or equal to. Okay, so if we make this let's say 20, for example, that will not run. Okay, because 20 does not fit over there. If we make this 31, okay, that will get you your $3 bonus. Okay, now let's make this 40 and see. Sorry, no bonus. Wow, I'm at 40, I'm still getting no bonus. Okay, let's go to the condition. We say that the amount paid has to be greater than 40 before you get a $5 bonus, and we also say the amount paid has to be greater or equal to 30 and less than 40 before you get a bonus, meaning we do not have any conditions for when the amount is actually 40. So there's a loophole in our logic over here, right? So what you do is that now you can say greater or equal to 40, right? So if the amount paid is greater or equal to 40, gift a $5 bonus. Okay, so let's reload this page, right? So now that condition actually works. Okay, so this is like so you're already getting how important it is to get your logic right. Okay, so anytime you are programming, you make sure that you are capturing every possible inputs that you can get and every possible thing that can happen in your logic. Else what will happen is that you write a program and then it will end up failing. All right, so let's explore more about these logic operators. So putting this one aside, let's try another value. So let's say savings, right? Savings is equal to $100, right? So if savings is less or equal to 100, right? So this is another operator. Okay, if savings is less or equal to 100, can say console.log you save very little. Okay, so right, so the less or equal to operator is also another logical operator that we can use, which is opposite the greater or equal to operator. All right, so let's refresh this. Okay, so you said very little. So you are saying if whatever value is here, compare to see whether it's less or equal to 100. So if I make this 200, okay, it means that logic will not run, right? So we have empty, we have nothing over here because savings is not less or equal to 0, or it's not less or equal to 100. Savings is actually greater than 100. Okay, so you save very little will not work. Right, this is another logical operator. Now let's do something else. So we have, let's say you have a platform and you want to track your first user, right? So your first user, let's say the name of the first user who signed up is Peter. No, let me say Gilbert. I love my name, forgive me. So first user is Gilbert, right? So you want to say if first user is equal to Gilbert, right? Then console.log, let's say you are sending a message to the person, right? So you can say welcome Gilbert. Okay, so that's your first user, right? So this is called the equality operator, right? So you are checking whether the first user variable is it contains the string Gilbert. Okay, if it contains the string Gilbert, then send a welcome message. Okay, so let's reload. So welcome Gilbert. Okay, let's just say your first user is not Gilbert, your first user is Peter instead. Okay, so it means this will now be false because first user is not Gilbert, first user is Peter. So when you reload the page, you realize that there is no console.log over here. Okay, so this is the equality operator. You can use it for numbers as well. Okay, you can say the first user number, or let's say ID, is equal to 2. Okay, so you can say if first user is Gilbert and first user ID is equal to 2, then welcome Gilbert. Okay, so let's reload this. Nothing happens, right? Because though the first user ID is 2, the first user is not Gilbert. Okay, so if I change this to Gilbert, right, and then I reload, then I have welcome Gilbert. Okay, so then this our condition actually evaluated to true. Okay, this condition right here actually evaluated to true. So this is also the equality comparison operator that you can use you know, to compare. So you can compare like a whole lot of things. Strings, you can compare booleans, that is true or falses. You can compare integers and numbers and whatever it is, depending on the code that you are writing. So as we go along, you get to understand more complicated use of this, but I hope you are really getting the fundamental concepts. Okay, now there's also another operator. Okay, so let's make this Peter, for example, and let's clear this from here. Let's clear this logic. Okay, so if first user is not equal to I made this PT. I'm sorry. I wonder what that one name that is. So if first name is not equal to Gilbert, say welcome another user. Okay. I mean, this for this code, it means I'm really not nice to my non-Gilbert users, but well, we will take it like that. Okay, so what we are saying is that if the first user, right, is not Gilbert, then just show this message. Okay, so let's reload and see. So we have welcome another user. So this is the opposite of this, right? Of equal to. So we say not equal to. If not equal to Gilbert, then show that. Now the mistakes most beginners make, in fact not just beginners but advanced users, the mistakes they make is that instead of the equality operator, they do something like this. This is assignment operator. Okay, so you see what happens. So this gives you a whole lot of issues. Okay, when you try using equal to instead of the actual equality operator, you may end up getting issues. Okay, let's make this Gilbert. Okay, so you see over here we have welcome another user, even though the first user is not Gilbert, right? So first user, because you made this first user is equal to Gilbert, now the condition has failed, it has fallen through, and then it is showing the actual response that we want, and this is bad. Okay, and it happens when sometimes you are programming and then there's a whole lot of code you are writing, you may forget and make this just one equal to. This is wrong. Okay, this is not what you want. This is called the assignment operator. So what you are doing here, you're not comparing, you're actually assigning Gilbert to the first user. All right, so once you assign Gilbert to the first user, then you are actually getting it to be true. Like you are sort of doing some magic over here. All right, so if you want to do comparison, you use the comparison operators. Okay, there are so many other comparison operators. Instead of the equal to, we can have the triple equal to. Okay, let's reload and see what happens. Okay, so the triple equal to, so that is more of a straight comparison over there. Usually when you are comparing objects and then all that stuff, that's a bit beyond the scope here. I don't want to go too much in detail, but then just know that we also have the triple equal to. We also have the double not equal to comparison operator to, which is also there. Okay, let's reload. Okay, so welcome another user, that also worked. Okay, so these are the comparison operators. Comparison operators are very key. They are really, if you take them seriously, try practicing it as much as you can. All right, like play around with comparing various values and then all that stuff to see what works. Now let's do another very interesting comparison. So let's say first letter is equal to A, right? And our second letter is equal to B, right? So if first letter is greater than second letter, I mean, think about it. We are comparing letters. What do we mean by if first letter is greater than, what is A is greater than B? Okay, so let's say console.log greater. Okay, that if first letter is greater than second letter. So let's reload. Okay, nothing happened. Wow, our condition failed. Interesting. Okay, let's make this B, right? And then let's make this A. So greater. So this comparison is actually working. Okay, because JavaScript sort of like implying, okay, that B comes after A. Okay, so technically, okay, there's a little bit more complicated things going on there, which is the AS. There's something called the ASCII codes and all that. There's something more complicated going on there. So technically, when you try to order A and B, A will come before B. So B comes after A. So then B is technically higher or bigger than A. Okay, so then that comes in the picture. You can also use that when you are sort of like comparing. Let's say I have Gilbert here and I have Peter here. Okay, right now if first letter is greater than Peter, so let's do that. Okay, nothing shows that. Okay, because alphabetically P will come after, so P is sort of like bigger than Gilbert. Okay, sort of like that's how it works. There's a whole different explanation to what is happening, but I just wanted you to know that. Okay, it's also possible to actually perform comparison on strings as well, not just numbers. Okay, you can do that for strings as well. Okay, so let's go on to learn about another very interesting thing called loops. Okay, so with loops, let's get started with loops, right? So what are loops? Loops are also like a very important programming concept, right? They let you sort of do repetitive tasks, all right, process data without having to write a single line of code for each of them. Okay, for example, let's just say you want to write a program that prints the first 10 numbers. Okay, it logs the first 10 numbers to the console, right? The manual way you do it is, let's say console.log 1, right? Then you'd have to repeat this 1, right, 10 times, right? So you have to do console.log 2, console.log 3, and then you have to do console.log 4 up to 10, right? This is very repetitive, and it's not efficient. It's not a right way of doing of doing such a task that has been assigned to you. Okay, there's a much cleaner way of doing it. Okay, that is when we bring in things like loops, right? So let's see how we'll do something like, so let's say for this we have console.log 1 2 3 4. Let's reload the page. So we have 1 2 3 4 over here. So if you are supposed to print the first 10 tasks, the first 10 numbers, right, means you have to do 1 2 3 4 up to 10, right? So now let's see what we can do with loops. So now there's a for loop, right? That's what we call the for loop construct. This is the format, right? So we have for var I equal to 0. We have a semicolon here, I less than or equal to 10, right? And I plus plus. So let me explain what each of this means, right? So var I is what we call the iterator or the incrementer. All right, now I less than or equal to 10 is a condition, right? And I plus plus is like we increasing the iterator, okay, what we use to test for the condition. Okay, so what you are saying is that, right, I want to go through I from 0 up to when I is less or equal to 10, right? And at each step increments I by 1. All right, so let's see what is happening. Let's log this console.log I. All right, let's save it and then let's refresh. So we have 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. All right, so what is happening here is that let me comment the iteration process for you to see. So what is happening here is that first the value of I is 1, right? Now the code checks, is I less or equal to 10? Yes, I is less or equal to 10. If I is less or equal to 10, then log I. So then it logs I over here, which is 0, right? Then next is I plus plus. So this plus plus operator is essentially saying something like this: I is equal to I plus 1. Okay, so I plus plus is the same as I equal to I plus 1. So B plus plus, B is equal to B plus 1. All right, or you can say I plus or equal to 1. This is also a short form of I equal to I plus 1. All right, so you are saying add 1 to the variable and assign it to itself. Okay, add 1 to the variable and reassign it to itself, right? So that's the first iteration, right? Now on the second iteration, I plus 1 will now make I equal to 1. Okay, we know we started with 0, we logged console.log I over here, which is 0. So now when it is starting again, I is now 1. All right, so now the iteration runs again. So the loop is a loop, it runs and runs over and over again, so this condition fails. All right, so the next one is I less or equal to 10? Yes, 1 is less or equal to 10, so it will log console.log I. So that is 1. Okay, then this I plus plus runs again. So now in the next iteration, I will be equal to 2. All right, so then it's 2 less or equal to 10? Yes, 2 is less or equal to 10, right? So we log that over here. So it does it over and over and over again. So let's say we get to I is equal to 9, right? So let's say over and over again, so I is equal to 9. So at I is equal to 9, we ask, is 9 less or equal to 10? yes, 9 is actually less than or equal to 10, right? So log it, and that is logged over here. Then now we increase I again to the 10, right? Good. So is I now the next condition runs again. So now I is 10. Is I less or equal to 10? Yes, I is less or equal to 10 because I is 10. Okay, so if that's the case, then log it over here. So this code runs, then it is logged over here. You get it? Then I plus plus runs again, right? So now when I plus plus runs again, now I is equal to 11, right? But is 11 less or equal to 10? No, that fails. 11 is greater than 10, so this condition fails, and immediately that condition fails, the code automatically comes out of this loop, and this loop ends. So we end at 10. You get it? So this is how the basic functionality of how a loop works. Okay, so you have the initial start point, and then you have the condition you are checking for, and you are saying that at the end of each action, increase that condition by 1, right? So that's I plus plus. In some instances, you can have I minus minus. Okay, so we can say, let's say I equal to 10, I greater or equal to 0, I minus minus. So what you are saying is that start from 10, reduce it by 1 in each step, so you get to a point where I is 0. So this will be the reverse of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so let's save this and then reload this. Okay, so now we have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 3, 2, 1, up to 0. Okay, so let's undo this. So this is what we call a for loop. This is what we call a for loop, right? So a for loop, we have the first section as the initialization of the iterator. Now the second section, which is all divided by a semicolon, the second section is the condition checks, and then the last is the expression, the iteration expression. Okay, so that's what increases the this particular initial incrementer. All right, so this is for the for loop. All right, now there's also another type of loop called the while loop. Right, so we'll say var I is equal to, let's use x in this case, x is equal to 0, right? So the same thing, we are now going to use what we call the while loop to write it. So we'll say while x is less or equal to 10, console.log x, right? Then after you console.log x, increase x by 10, right? By 1, so x plus plus, right? Or we can say x is equal to x plus 1, right? So let me keep it this way to make it simple for you, right? So x is equal to x plus 1. Now let's reload this and see. Okay, so we have another, let's remove this so that it doesn't mix up with the new one. Okay, so we have 0, 1, 2, 3. So the same for loop has been written in a different way, right? When we make this x plus plus, you realize we get the same thing. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so this is what we call the while loop. So it's sort of human readable, okay, human friendly. So while x is less or equal to 10, keep logging the x, and after you are done logging the x, increase the x value again, and then restart the whole loop once again. You get the idea. So this is like another very nice way of looping through. So now we are dealing with numbers. Okay, now you can even do another loop for arrays. Okay, so let's say we've not yet tackled the DOM, right? How to address it. That is why we are doing everything from our console. Once we tackle the DOM, we'll be doing more interesting things. Okay, so stay with me over here. So let's say we have an array. Let's names. Okay, we've done a lot of names equal to let's use numbers. Okay, let's do something, right? Let's numbers equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Okay, now these are numbers that you've been given, right? And then you are supposed to write a program that goes through all these numbers and multiplies the numbers by 2. You get what I'm saying? And multiplies the numbers by 2, right? You cannot say maybe first number is equal to, you can say maybe first number var first number is equal to 1 times 2. Then you come to var second number 2 times 2, third number 3 times 2, in that order. No, that is like very, very inefficient for you as a programmer. Okay, so what you can do is that you can use a loop. You can loop through the array, okay, and then you can pick each item as you loop through it, and then you can display it. Okay, so let's say let's y equal to 0. Now, why are we saying y should be 0? Because if you remember, we said that, let me comment this here, sorry. If you remember, we said that the first element of an array is always 0, right? It's an index base, so this is 0. So let me just mark this out like this to make it easier to remember. Okay, so right, so we have this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? So we have 10 elements over here, right? But then the array is, the first element of the array is always 0, so it's an index, it's a 0-based index array. Okay, so how do we loop through this array? So we say for, okay, we can say, instead of putting the y here, we can say for let y equal to, for y equal to 0, right? Y less than numbers dot length, right? Y plus plus, right? And we say console.log y. Sorry, console.log numbers y. Okay, I'll explain this shortly. Okay, so save it and then let's reload that. All right. Okay, so you realize that we are displaying all the elements of the array, looping through it and then displaying it one by one. All right, now the program is supposed to multiply each element by 2 and then show the results. Okay, but we'll get there shortly. So what is happening over here? Now we are saying that let's initialize the iterator to 0. Okay, and this function over here, dot length, this is an inbuilt JavaScript function. Okay, so what this does is that it returns the number of elements in the array. Okay, so you don't have to do that manually for each array that you insert. Okay, so over here we have 10 elements over here, so this is also the same as saying y less than 10. Okay, so what happens over here is that now we start from 0. Okay, so let me bring this back to numbers.length, right? So we start from 0. Okay, it's 0 less than 10. Okay, so numbers.length, to make this easy on you, okay, let me just put numbers.length 10 over here, so that's 10. Okay, so this is like saying y less than 10, right? So we start from 0. Is 0 less than 10? Yes, 0 is less than 10. So log, so this is like saying log number 0. Okay, and then it will log the number 0. So once it logs the number 0, then y will also increase again. So y will move from 0 to 1. Okay, it's 1 less than the length of the array. That's 10. Yes, 1 is less. So the next time it will log numbers 1. All right, and numbers 1 over here is this 2. Okay, so on the next one, when y increments again by 1, then now y will become 2. Okay, so now y will become we'll pick this 3 over here. So now when we say numbers 2, okay, that is the 3 over there. So it does this till it gets to, let's say, 9. Why? When y is 9, 9 is less than the length of the numbers array. Okay, so now when you do this, 9, that is this value over here. So numbers 9 is this value over here. Okay, but see what happens here on the next iteration, right? Now on the next iteration, when 9 is increased, now y will become 10. Okay, so on the last iteration over here, y will now be a value of 10. Okay, but here's the thing, the condition is that y has to be less than the length of the array before it works. Okay, before the loop runs. Okay, but when y is 10, 10 is not less than 10. 10 is equal to 10. So then it will end. The loop will just end, and then it will end at numbers 9. Now, if you try to, without this condition, if we do it this way instead, less or equal to numbers.length, and then let's log y, for example. Right, you see what we have over here, undefined. Okay, because we do not have anything like numbers 10. All right, we do not have anything that numbers 10. We only have numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 is the last element, right? And that is 10. So if you try to give 10, it means you are trying to add a value that is not there, that doesn't exist, like so. All right, so this is something that you should really be careful of. So this is how you look through an array. Okay, so once again, let me put this here. So once again, you are starting from 0, and then you are looping through the length of the array, and then you log the value at each position. That's numbers y, right? And then so over here we'll have to even further make it clearer for you. Okay, this is how it will be. We'll have numbers 0, right, and we'll have numbers 1. Okay, so as the array goes on, numbers 1, so when y is 2, we'll have numbers 2. Okay, we'll have all that, so we get to the 10 where the condition fails. Okay, so this is this is basically how this works, right? So let me bring back to less, and then let's get this done, right? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, and then we have flew through the array. Okay, but the question was that we have to multiply each element by 2. Okay, so what you can do is numbers y times 2. Okay, so once it picks the value, it will multiply it by 2, and then it will log the output in the console, right? So we have this. So now you see we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Right, so this is like a very powerful feature of loops. Okay, now let's do something more interesting. Let's say the task was that we want to log all even numbers in the loop, right? So go through the loop and then log all even numbers in the loop, right? So how do we do that? Let me delete it from here. Okay, so we are over here, we are going to combine loops and conditional statements. Okay, so even numbers, right? So if numbers y, okay, if the current value of y, the current value of the array modulo 2 is equal to 0, right? So essentially the logic is that even numbers, when you divide them by 2, the remainder is always 0. Okay, even numbers are numbers that when you divide by 2, the remainder is always 0. Okay, so what we are saying is that if you divide the number by 2 and then the remainder is 0, so this is the modulo symbol, right? The modulo sign. So if you divide that particular number by 2 and then the remainder is 0, then it means that number is an even number. Okay, so we want to log all even numbers in this particular array. So we say console.log, we say numbers y plus, okay, is an even number, or we say it's even. Okay, all right, so let's clear this from here, right? Then we'll add another condition called continue. Okay, so this is also a keyword in JavaScript that says that, hey, once you if you have a condition in a loop, right, and then in the loop there's the number there's a value that meets the condition. After you perform your task, when you say continue, you are telling JavaScript that, hey, continue to the next element, continue to the next step of the iteration. So over here like this, when it gets to 2, it will log that, hey, 2 is even. Once it finishes logging, I say, okay, so now you are done with this iteration, so go to the next one, start from 3, check that one too. Okay, so let's refresh this and see. Okay, so you see we have 2 is even, 4 is even, 6 is even, 8 is even, 10 is even to the last 10. So this is really, really, really interesting. In fact, you can also, to even make it more interesting, we can say if numbers y %2 is not equal to 0, so that is an odd number, right? Console.log, right, numbers y plus is odd, right? So that number is odd, and then we'll have continue over here, right? So continue to your next step, right? So let's reload. Okay, so you see what interesting thing we've done here. So 1 is odd, 2 is even, 3 is odd. So what's happening here? We start from 0, right? It's, you obviously you start from 0. So the first iteration is 0. Is 0 less than the 10? Yes, 0 is less than 10, right? But is 0 divided by 2 equals 0? Okay, that's not even viable. That doesn't even work. Okay, you normally get an exception for that. Okay, so that will not happen. So all these conditions will fail, right? It will go to the next one, which is 2. So 2 is numbers y. So numbers y at this point is 1. Okay, the y value here is 1, which represents 2, right? So is 2 modulo 2 equal to 0? Yes. So 2 is even. Continue. So it won't even come here. It will just start the whole loop again, right? So then the next one is 3. Is 3 modulo 2 equal to 0? No, 3 modulo 2 is not equal to 0. So the next condition will run. Is 3 modulo 2 not equal to 0? Yes, it's not equal to 0. So it is odd. So console.log odd. Continue. Then you go to the next one, right? To keep things simple, we could have just said if that else, all right? Else, we can say this, copy this here, paste it here. Okay, so that will keep things simple like this. So what I'm saying is that if numbers y %2 is 0, then log that the number is even and continue. Else, if this condition fails, okay, log that. So it means if that condition fails, it means the number is even, right? So log that console.log number y is odd. Okay, so if we reload this page, we get the same thing. 1 is odd, 2 is even, 3 is odd, 5 is even, in that order. So you see some of the interesting things you can do with loops, all right? And you can do the same thing for strings. When you have various values of strings in an array and you want to do some manipulations to it, you can also do something similar. So there's a whole lot you can do in a loop. You get it? All right. Now let's do something else, right? Let's say we want to. Let's assume that this is an input that is coming from a user. We do not know the initial values of the array. Okay, so let's just say we want to say that loop through the array. If we find a number that is 7, then you stop the array. Okay, and then you say something like, hey, 7 found. All right, so let's do it this way. So we loop through the array. All right, we say if numbers y is equal to 7. Sorry, it's equal to 7, right? Console.log 7 found. All right, then break. Okay, now what is this break saying? This break is saying that, hey, I found whatever I was looking for. Don't continue the loop again. Just come out of the loop and stop. So there's no need for the code to go through the entire array before it stops, right? Once you put on break over there, that is it. It's done. Okay, the loop will just end. All right. So let's reload this and see. So 7 found. So imagine we take this and make it 9 again. Nothing happens because the system has gone through the entire array and hasn't found any value. Okay, so let's say let's do something. Let's write something, a simple console.log over here to sort of guide us through. Console.log. Let's see, first iteration. Hey, so sorry. Let's make it iteration number, right? Okay, so that we're able to track the values of y at each point in time. Okay, all right. So let's start. Okay, so iteration number 0, it didn't find 7. Iteration number 1 didn't find 7. Iteration number 3, all that didn't find 7. Right, now let's put 7 back here. No, let me put 7 over here at the end here, right? So you see, immediately go to 8. After 8, the next one is stopped. Okay, so we have iteration number 0, we didn't find that. Iteration number 1, we didn't find that. Iteration number 2, 3, for y equals to 4, y equals to 5, y equals to 6, y equals to 7, y equals to 8. Okay, so immediately y was equal to 8, right? We found the 7. Okay, so at this point over here, y was 8, we found a 7 over here, all right, and then we logged it. So once we logged it, we added a break. It means don't go on again. So the loop didn't even bother to go on to the next element. You get that here. So this is how for loops work. All right, there's a whole lot of interesting things you can do with for loops that makes it very easy to manipulate data. All right, now there's also another type of loop. Let's talk about another type of loop. Let me just console log this. Okay, we call it a do while loop. Okay, so do console.log. Right, this is a little bit opposite of while, right? So do console.log numbers y, right? Okay, we can say let y equal to let's use m instead, right? Let m equal to 0. So do numbers m, right? M plus plus, right? While m is less or equal to 10. Okay, so you realize that we've done the reverse of while loop. Okay, so let's reload that. Okay, so we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 6 7 10, all right, over here, and then we have undefined. Okay, because we've gotten to the 10th index, so which is not making it work, so we can remove that from here and then do this. Okay, so then we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 10 up to the last element. Okay, so this is the do while loop. Okay, now there's also let's try another very interesting kind of loop. So let's have let pets be equal to, okay, let's use pets for this. So we have dogs, cats. Oh, okay, so dog, cats. Yeah, let's do it this way. We have monkeys. Yes, and we have parrots. Okay, so this is like a set of pets that we want to use. Okay, now what if we want to loop through this and say, maybe we want to say I love dogs, I love cats, I love monkeys, I love parrots. I don't want to go through the whole for I equal to that loop. There's a simpler loop that we can use here. Okay, so we call it the for of loop, right? So you can say for let pets of pets. Okay, console.log I love plus pets. Okay, so we are concatenating that. All right, so what we are saying is that this is an array of pets over here, dogs, cats. What we want to do is we want to say I love dogs, I love cats, I love monkeys, I love parrots. Okay, without having to type it one by one, right? So this for loop over here says let every element of the pets array be represented by one pet. Okay, so let pet of pets. Okay, so it will go through, it will pick the first value, assign it to pet, right? And then after that, it will pick the second value of this, assign it to pet. So what makes this array so very fun to use is that you don't have to worry about getting to the end of the array or the length of the array or whatever it is. The JavaScript handles everything internally for you. All right, so let's refresh this and see. Okay, so you see we have I love dogs, I love cats, I love monkeys, I love parrots. Okay, so if you even automatically add something here, good, that will be added. Okay, so we have I love dogs, I love cats, I love monkeys, I love parrots, and I love goods. All right, so this is like another very interesting for loop. I love this one. When you're looping through arrays, it's very easy and straightforward to do it this way. All right, so these are loops. There are a number of loops. There are other loop types too that you can use that I don't want to go through to flood you too much information. But even for most programs, most basic programs that you start building, these loops that you've learned, for, do, while loop, and then the for loop are loops that you'll be using a whole lot of the time, right? You can use it to achieve so many things. All right, so this has been loops. Don't worry if you are still trying to figure out how all this fits into building your website and the stuff you can do. Once you get these concepts, right? Now, what for example, in a loop, instead of having dogs, cats, monkeys, parrots, goats, okay, what you could have is, let's say you want to go through all the paragraphs on your page and give them a color of red. Or when somebody clicks a button, you want to go through all the paragraphs on your page and give them a color of green. All right, so in that way, you can use a loop to loop through your entire website. If there's any paragraph, give it a color of red. Okay, so these are things that will combine when we get to the document object model of things later on in the course. All right, so just get this concept and then let's go ahead to doing more things. So in the next session, we'll talk about functions, all right, which are like in fact, in JavaScript, functions are everything, right? So functions are key. We'll bring most of the things we've learned together in a function, right? And see how that works. So let's get to it. So functions, right? So let's get started, right? So a way I like to understand functions is this way, right? Let's use this analogy. Let's say every morning let's say every morning you wake up to tell your mother, good morning, mom. Every morning you wake up, you get up from bed, you wear your slippers or put on your clothes, whatever it is, and then you tell your mom, good morning, mom, right? Now you do this each and every morning. Okay, every single morning you do that. But let's just say for some reason you are tired of telling your mom good morning yourself. So every morning you don't want to wake up and then now go and tell your mom good morning. You don't want to go through that whole hassle every morning because it's delaying your time, right? Whatever it is, whatever reason it is. Now, what you can do is, let's say in a very abstract world, you can get a robot, right? You can get a robot and let's say give the robot instruction that, robot, every morning make sure you tell my mom good morning, right? So then anytime you press a certain button, the robot just goes out there and then wishes your mom good morning. Every time you press the button, the robot goes out there and then wishes your mom good morning, right? Or even you can automate it such that automatically the robot can just go and then wish your mom good morning each and every morning without you having to do any work, right? So as the robot is doing that, it also frees you some time to do other things, right? So you don't have to do that process over and over and over again manually, right? Think about functions that way, right? So let's say you have some code to add numbers, right? Var first number is equal to 2, right? Var second number is equal to 3, right? Var sum, right, is equal to first number plus second number, right? Okay, then you log the sum, console.log sum. All right. Okay, so you've written a simple code program to add two numbers, the first number and the second number. Okay, so the sum is 5, right? Let's say somewhere along your way, first number is now 4, second number is now 6, right? Then you say sum again is equal to first number plus second number, right? And then you say console.log sum, right? So you log that again, 10, right? Now imagine you come somewhere else again, you miss another first number, second number, so let's say 10, and then over here we have 4, right? And then now the sum is 14. So anytime you meet first number, second number, you have to write this sum first number plus second number again, console.log sum again. Like, you repeat it so many times. This is like very inefficient, right? Notice something. Over here, we said var first number is equal to 2, var second number is equal to 3. We've declared these variables here, right? So when you are calling the variable and maybe giving it another value, you don't need to sort of declare it again. Okay, so since I've already declared first number, I don't have to come and type var first number again, right? It's literally the same variable. Okay, so I can just leave it at first number, okay, without having to declare it again. That is why I don't add the keyword over there. So take note of that. Okay, so back to function. So we do not want to write sum is equal to first number, last number, second number, first number plus second number, console.log sum over and over again. It's hectic. And this is even a very simplified example, right? Now, if you have more complicated things you are doing. Maybe you are adding first number, second number, subtracting by 2, adding it in an array, and all that. You can't repeat all that over and over and over again. It's not effective. So that is where functions come in, okay? Where you program the function, right, which is your robot in code, to do those tasks for you over and over again. Okay, so what better way can we do this, right? So we can put this sum stuff into a function, right? What the function does is that it takes the first number, it takes the second number, and then it logs the result without us having to type it over and over again. All right, so let's create our function. Now, JavaScript functions are created with a keyword function. We can name it add number. Let's say add 2 numbers, right? Okay, so this is how the opening braces, closing braces, and then curly brackets, closing bracket. Okay, so this is the body of the function, right? This is where the stuff that you want the function to do goes over here, right? So function add 2 numbers, right? In this particular bracket, this is where you put the input of the numbers. This is where you put the arguments, okay? So the function is supposed to pick some components from outside and then use that to work. All right, so over here you are saying that, hey, I want you to take 2 numbers, first number, right, and then second number, right? Now when you take these 2 numbers, var sum is equal to first number plus, hey, that's it, first name, sorry, first number plus second number, right? And then also the log sum, right? So I'm going to clear this from here, okay, right? And then I'm also going to remove this from here. So I have a function that I have declared, right? So now anytime I want to add 2 numbers, I can just call the function like so, add 2 numbers, right? Now the first value is first number, so I can say maybe 2, 3, right? And I put semicolon. Let's run this and see. You see I have 5 over here. The result is 5. So let's see what is going on in this function, right? So what is happening in this function is this, right? So on the first line, this is what's happening. Var sum, that is this first line. Okay, we have var sum is equal to first number, which is 2, right? Plus the second number we give, which is 3. Okay, and then now console.log 3. Console.log sum. The sum is 5, right? So console.log 5. So this is essentially what is happening over here, right? So we provide the first number, we provide the second number. This can be, you know, what the interesting thing is that the variables outside do not necessarily need to be the same names as these. Okay, so I can have var first num is equal to 6, var second num is equal to 7, right? And I can come and put over here add 2 numbers 6, 7, right? So that's 13. Okay, so this variable, these arguments are only used by they are only used inside the body of the function. Okay, so the variables you are passing to this function, it doesn't necessarily need to be the same as what you use to declare or define the function. Okay, so this is a function to add 2 numbers, right? We can have functions for so many things. We can add a function for saying hello to people. Okay, so function say hello, right? Now we can have person, right? Then we can say console.log hello plus person, right? Perfect. So we can come back and say, we can call the function, we can say hello, then we can pass in the name of the person, right? So we can say hello Gilbert, right? And then we save and then we reload. So we have hello Gilbert here, and I can say copy this, paste, say hello Michael, right? I can save this, you know, say hello Michael. So I can sort of like have this say hello, say hello, say hello for. So anytime I need to say hello to someone, I can just call this function. I don't need to come and say console.log hello, console.log this, console.log that over and over and over and over again. Okay, so this is like one of the like amazing things functions can help you do, right? Now these are functions that you declare yourself. All right, there are functions that you declare yourself, and there are functions that are provided by JavaScript by default. They are inbuilt into that JavaScript, so you don't have to sort of like rewrite it. Okay, and you've already seen some of those functions, right? Which is alert. So alert is actually a function that has been written by that's like inbuilt into JavaScript. Okay, so you don't really need to have defined it first, right? So and then the alert, the browser alerts the hello. Okay, and we looked at this in the beginning. Okay, so this is an example of an inbuilt function. We have another function, confirm, right? Is this you, right? Okay, so that's another inbuilt function. Okay, so you see, is this you? That has okay or cancel. All right, so we can maybe do something cool. Say if confirm, is it you, right? Console.log, yes, it's me, right? This is also really interesting. So let me remove this. Okay, so you're saying the person, so if confirm, if the person chooses yes, log this, right? So let's reload. Is it you? Okay, so you see yes, it's me. Now let's reload again. Is it you, cancel, nothing loads. Okay, so this is an inbuilt function. So sometimes you are building your app, you want the user to confirm something, you can easily use this as a confirm box. The person clicks yes, and then you can do something else with it. Else you can do something, let's say console.log, no, it's not me, right? So let's try this one more time. Okay, so if I click cancel, you see I have no, it's not me over here, right? So these are like really nice ways you can use functions. So this is like another inbuilt function. There's more inbuilt functions as well. Let's try another one called a prompt. Okay, so prompt, right? So now I want to message hello, right? So let me remove this from here, and then let's make it prompt. Okay, so hello. So you see what the prompt does. So the prompt gives you hello. It gives you a field for you to enter some information. Okay, so you can fetch the value of the prompt and you'll do what. So this is an example of an inbuilt. But there are so many inbuilt functions, and let's look at another example. Okay, so there's another interesting function called a set interval function. All right, and that accepts a function. All right, so the set interval function, what it does is that you are saying that hey, every 2 seconds, every 3 seconds, or every 5 seconds, whatever it is, run a certain function or run a certain code. All right, so it accepts a function as the first argument, and then the time interval it should run as a second argument. Okay, and the time interval is in seconds. So we have, let's say, 2000 milliseconds. That is 2 seconds, right? So 5000 will be 5 seconds, right? So we put a function here. So what I want to do is that every 2 seconds I want to log hello. So maybe hello 1, hello 2, hello 3, right? So I can have I over here. Oh, look at that. Okay, then I can have I plus plus. All right. Okay, so I can initialize I to be 1 over here, right? So what happens is that the first instance of I will be 1. So we'll start from hello 1. It will increase to 2. Then after another 2 seconds, it will become hello 2. After another 2 seconds, it will become hello 3. You know, in that order. So let's run this and see. Okay, so hello 1, hello 2, every 2 seconds, hello 3, hello 4, right? Hello 5, right? So then this this will run forever. Okay, so if you have this query, or if you have this code or query that you want to be running each and every time, sometimes when you are developing a system, you want to check, let's say, your database every interval to make sure to see if there's a certain change that has happened. Okay, you can use set interval to sort of check the database every few seconds or every few minutes, whatever it is, right? Or let's say you want to make sure that you want to check and see whether a a user is active on your platform for a certain period and log them out. You can, there's a whole lot of things you can do with set interval, which makes it a very, very powerful function. All right, so set interval function is an inbuilt function by JavaScript. You don't have to define it yourself. You just need to know how to use it. Okay, so let's comment this out, else we will get hello till forever. Okay, so there's another interesting function called the date function, right? So the date function is a powerful function that you can use to get your current date or whatever it is. So I can say maybe var d is equal to new date, right? Okay, so we haven't tackled objects or classes in JavaScript just yet. Okay, so don't stay with me here, right? This is declaring a new instance of the date class. Okay, so there's a date class, right? Which is defined by JavaScript. Okay, so now d becomes an object. D becomes an object. Okay, so we can say console.log d.get full year, right? So get full year means we want to log the current year we are into the console. Okay, so realize that over here we get 2022. Okay, so the date, this date class is an entire thing on its own. Okay, we haven't talked about objects and stuff like that, so I don't want to go too deep into it. Okay, but just to give you an idea of some of the inbuilt stuff. Okay, there are so many inbuilt functions, right? Then we have there's another function called a parseInt, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3, right? Okay, so let's can say maybe var value is equal to parseInt. Okay, console.log value, right? Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, so what parseInt that usually parseInt, we have parseInt, we have parsefloat. Okay, we have all that stuff. Now with parseInt, usually when you are working with JavaScript code, sometimes in the beginning I mentioned that sometimes some values are string and then you have to convert them to integers and then all that stuff. Like sometimes you want to be sure that whatever value is coming in, you convert it to an integer to avoid errors. You understand? Sometimes you are getting an input from an API. Okay, the API does not really specify whether the value you are getting is an integer or something, so you don't want to sort of convert it. Else you don't do that, you may end up introducing mistakes. All right, so you want to be passing. Sometimes you want to be passing your values to make sure that you're actually getting an integer. Okay, this is one of the importance of parseInt. Okay, when you are really developing big applications, right? I've used this several times to ensure that I'm cleaning up my values. Sometimes an input field, a user has to enter it directly. Sometimes you want to really make sure that the value they enter, you convert it and make sure that it's integer. And if it's not integer, the code should not work. All right, so these are some inbuilt functions that are defined with JavaScript. So just like we have the say hello here, which is a custom defined function or a user defined function, JavaScript too also has inbuilt functions that are predefined in its runtime. Okay, so you don't have to sort of redefine it over and over and over again. So we are going to talk about scoping of variables. All right, so let's just say we have a function like this, double the numbers, right, like this. And then this function takes a number, and essentially what this function does is that it returns a double of the number that you provided. Okay, so we have total is equal to num plus num, right? So if you provide it 10, it will return 20. Okay, remember here we have return total. All right, so it's not every time that you log the total, you can say that, hey, return the value the function provides back into the code. All right, so that you can use it for something else. Okay, so over here I can say console.log, or we can do it this way instead, var results is equal to double the numbers. Okay, so instead of double the numbers, let's make it double the number, right? Double the number 10. All right, so what you are saying here is that when 10 is passed to this function, okay, double that number and return this total, that is the value of the double to this variable. Okay, so double, right, and then let's log the value. So console.log result. Okay, we haven't declared the total variable yet, so let's say total is equal to 0. So total is 0 in the beginning, right? Once we add the numbers, we assign it to total, so total becomes what, 20. So let's log the results and see what happens. Okay, so over here we have 20 as our results, which is what we're looking for, which is correct. Okay, now let's do this. Let's say we have another variable called total over here. Let's remove this total. Let's keep this total here, and then let's declare another variable called total is equal to 10 over here, right? Okay, so total here. Okay, let's put this here, right? And let's make this 5. Okay, var total is equal to 5 instead of 10, right? And then let's add another var keyword over here. So instead of the total, let's initialize this again, and let's make it num plus num. Let's maintain that, and then let's log the total and see what happens. Okay, now the total is still 20. All right, so what is happening here is that this particular variable is in the global scope. Okay, this is what we call global scope. It means this variable var total outside the function, it means this variable is available to all other functions and code in this particular file. All right, but this total right here is available to only this function. Do you get what I'm saying? It's available to only this function. You get it? So if we say let's say console.log total from outside function, right? And let's make it plus total. Okay, and then console.log total from inside function. Okay, and plus, and I will call the function. Okay, so because the total from inside is returned by this function, so plus this function, right? Okay, let's remove this. Okay, and then let's reload the page. Okay, so you see total from outside the function is 5 and total from inside the function is 20. Okay, but this is total, but how come the inside function is giving us 20 and the outside function is giving us 5, right? It's simply because of what we call the variable scope. Okay, so this var total here is different from this total over here. You get the idea. So then this total over here is only recognized inside this function, right? And this total here is recognized by anywhere outside the function. Okay, so this total is in the global scope, this is inside the scope. You get it? And that is what makes it. And understanding the scope of variables is very important so that you know when to overwrite which variables in what scope, right? If you have a var total over here of 5, okay, and then you do not want this to be changed, you want this to remain as 5, then you don't come into the function and make this way. Total is that when you do this, you are saying that, hey, pull the total value from the global scope. Okay, so this is the global scope, and this is the local function scope. All right, so you are saying that over here, saying that pull the total from the global scope into the local function and change it. So in this case, what happens here, right? We get 20, right? And then the total from the outside function, it still remains 5, right? So what is happening here? Total from outside, when it's called the first time, the value is 5. All right, the value is 5. Now, when you call the function 10, then now the function now updates it to 10 plus 10, which is 20, which is what we have here. All right, so now let's do something. Let's call the total from outside the function again and see the value when all is said and done. All right, so over here we have, so first, total from outside the function is this 5, okay, which is in the global scope, right? Now on the second line, we call the double. So once we call the double pulls the total from the global scope and then instead makes it 10 plus 10, which is 20. So on the second call, total now becomes 20, right? Then on the third call, now this has changed. This is no longer 5. This has now been updated to 20. So now we'll have 5 to start and 20 to end. All right, so let's try it again. Okay, so now we have 5, 20, 20. Okay, so we can make this result of the function. Okay, so result of the function. Okay, to make it clear, so total from outside the function 5, result of the function was 20, and now total from outside the function is 20. You get the idea. If we make this var once again, let's see what happens here. Okay, so you realize that the total from outside the function was 5, the result of the function was 20, but after the function ran, the total from outside the function is still 5. Why? Because this var total is now in the local scope. It's now this is a totally different variable beyond this. It's not even the same. This is a totally different thing that is only available to this particular function. So when we do it this way, anytime you call the total function, this is what is returned. Right, so this is a very important thing about scope that you need to understand, so that as you are developing, you don't get confused or you don't introduce lots of errors into your code. So one of the really cool things about JavaScript is that it gives us so much power to do certain things in the browser. All right, like get some certain information related to the browser and the website you are opening, right? So this power of JavaScript gives us so much dynamism and versatility to explore, build amazing features, get like different properties of the browser, do a lot of customizations and whatnot. Right now, this ability to manipulate parts of the browser itself is provided by a certain JavaScript object called a window object. All right, so we have already explored some of these functions in the window objects. We've done alert. Okay, we did confirm. Okay, with alert, it helped us to display an alert box right in the browser. Okay, that is a way to manipulate the browser to do something. Right, we have things like the location. So sometimes you want to know the locations, like the address of the current website. Okay, history, there's a history. You want to know the history of the site that you have visited, or like the history of navigation of like the sites the person has visited in the browser and then all that stuff. The event. There's a number of window objects that you can explore. Okay, these are just some very few examples that we'll just test out, like 1 or 2 of it in the practice. Okay, so let's go on. Now, events are like another very important part of that. In fact, events make JavaScript. Okay, events are I call it ways for you to connect to your HTML. Okay, they are like the binding blocks between your code and then your HTML. Okay, they allow you to sort of add some functionality based on certain behavior of your HTML content. All right, so in summary, events are like actions the browser can detect with JavaScript. All right, so the browser usually listens for events. Examples of events are like clicking. When you click, you've performed an event, you perform an action. When you scroll in the browser, you perform an action. When you hover over an element, you put your mouse over an element, you click somewhere. All those are actions. Okay, take events like this. How the browser listens for events like this. In this example, let's say your laptop, right? Your laptop is always listening for, let's say, Wi-Fi connections in the area. So there's this code that is running, okay, that is listening for Wi-Fi connections in your area. So if you have your laptop in area A and then there's no Wi-Fi over there, you won't see any Wi-Fi connections, right? But immediately you enter an area, right, where there's Wi-Fi available, those Wi-Fi connections available pop up in your list of connections. Or let's say you turn on your own home Wi-Fi, that particular action triggers the Wi-Fi networks from showing. It shows in your list of networks available for you to connect. Okay, so the browser is listening. Immediately you turn on your Wi-Fi, that's an action. right? And once you turn on your Wi-Fi, there's a function, there's a program on your laptop that is saying that, hey, the person has turned on their Wi-Fi, so show the list of active networks. It's more, this is overly simplified, but then you get the idea, right? So it's the same thing for browsers, right? Browsers can be made to listen to certain particular actions the user will perform. All right, and once the action is performed, there are things called event handlers. So this event handler says that, hey, if the user clicks the button, then hey, perform this action. All right, so in this diagram, for example, we have an event handler on the click me. So immediately the user clicks this button, an event is triggered. Once the event is triggered, there is a piece of code that captures this event. Okay, it's a function. And then once it captures the event, you can do anything it wants. Okay, so you can say that once the user clicks on the button, maybe change the background color of the page to red, or once the user clicks on the button, change the text over there to instead of click me, make it click us. There's a whole lot that event handlers can do. Right now, the beautiful thing about JavaScript is that there's a whole bunch of event handlers that are available for different varieties of actions that can be performed. All right, and as we go on with the course, we will go through, we'll encounter some of these event handlers. All right, so the event handlers are like they help you to instruct the browser to listen for certain activities. So we have on blur, we have on change, we have on click, right? We have on error, on focus. There's a whole lot over there that you don't need to chew everything right now. Okay, all you have to do is that you need to know what event handler to use for what action. So if you want to listen for a click function, right, you need to know that, hey, we have an event handler in JavaScript called onClick. If you need to listen for a key down function, you know that we have a JavaScript handler called key down. Right, so this will help us to do a whole lot of cool stuff. You get what I'm saying? So no need to chew it. Just know that we have these type of event handlers, right? So let's quickly jump into practice. This in this practice, I'll just show you a little bit about the window object, and then we'll also talk about the various ways you can add event listeners. Okay, just try playing around with things just a little. Now after that, we'll move on to the next session, which is the document objects model, where we will go more into how now we can sort of capture some of the actual elements on our website, okay, and then manipulate it, okay. So but in the meantime, let's quickly use some few event listeners and see how they work. Okay, so before we continue, right, I'm going to create another file so that we'll leave this index.js file, right? So I'll create another file. So let's create another file. We call it window, or let's just call it events.js, right? Events.js. All right, and then let's close this right here. Let's come to index.html. Okay, let me close this. Now, instead of linking to index.js, okay, this time around, let's link to events.js so that we get ourselves a clean slate. All right, okay, so nothing is being logged in the console right now. All right, okay, so before we go on with the window object, right, first I want us to understand what an object in JavaScript, right? Now, an object in JavaScript is just like with other programming languages. Objects are like representations of the real world. All right, so a car is an object, a laptop is an object, a mobile phone is an object, a computer is an object, a TV is an object, right? So you can represent objects in JavaScript, right? Now, this is how we usually represent an object. We can say var car is equal to, then we have the curly braces open and close, right? Now this is an empty object, right? Now an object has properties or methods, okay? Every object in JavaScript has properties or methods, right? Properties are like so like, let's say for example, a car has a color, a car has a gate, it has a brand, or it has a car number, and then all that stuff, okay? So these are properties of the car, right? So properties in real life are properties of the object, okay? So we can say color colon, the color is say red, okay, then a comma. So multiple properties of the object, right, are separated with a comma, right? We can say brand is Toyota, right? we can say car number is maybe GX783T3. This is just a random example, right? So this can be a JavaScript object. Okay, so the car is an object, right? So now JavaScript objects, they sort of let you give properties to a certain particular thing, right? You can have car1, you can have car2, you can have car3. So with this, I don't need to do var car. Then I'll say maybe color is maybe red, right? Then I'll come again and say var car brand, you know, in that order. So I go through. No, the car is one object, so I can just assign all the properties of that car. So it makes your program more relatable. All right, so this is an object, right? So if I want to display the color of the car, I can say console.log car.color, right? So this is the dot notation. So right, the object name dot the object name dot the property you want to display. All right, so let's say car.color, right? So you see we have red. I can say console.log car.brand, right? Save that. So we have Toyota over there, right? So these are very exciting ways of adding properties to object. We can even have a function, right? We can have something like let's say display say hello. Let's say hello. Let's say hello can be a function, right? So you can have something like this function, right? Say hello console.log hello from car. Okay, perfect. So if I type in here console.log car.say hello, right? Let's see what happens. Okay, so we see it's logged the function console. It shows that like console.log say hello, so then it logs that particular function over there. All right, now I can do this, and then that says hello from car. Okay, so these are some ways that you can go. You know, these are ways you can sort of have properties. Okay, so just like this property that we've created, right? Now this property, this is the dot notation. Now there's also something called the associative notation, right? So we can have, instead of the car dot brand, you can have console.log car into bracket then color, right? So sometimes objects are also called associative arrays, right? So for associative arrays, this is a key. The color over here is a key which represents a certain value. Okay, so let's log this. Okay, so you see we have red. Okay, if I say car into bracket brand, okay, we have this as well. So even more, we can also even go a step further, right? We can say maybe owner, right? And the owner itself, the property can itself be another object, right? So we can have this. Okay, so we can say owner first name is Gilbert, right? And then number is 2345. Okay, so we can have that. So with this, you can log it like this. If I want the first name of the car owner, I can say console.log car.owner.first name, right? Then I save it and refresh. So you see that is Gilbert. Okay, so this is what you can do with objects. They are really powerful tools. We can even have an array of objects as well, okay, that you can also explore. So instead of the normal array where you have 2, 3, 4, 5 or just one, you can have various objects in arrays. Okay, so we can have something like this. Let's make it cars, right? So the cars can be an array, and then array we can have various objects. So we can have one object that says color, which is red, right? We can have the brand, which is Toyota, right? Okay, that is one the first element of the array. Let me put all on the same line so that it makes it a bit easy to grasp, right? Then we can have another car, right, which is the color. This time around the color is blue and the brand is, let's say Range Rover. All right, okay, let's have a last one. Okay, color is black, right, and the brand is what brand should I use? Opel. Which is a very old kind of car, but then Opel, yeah. So we can have an array of objects. Okay, so with this, if you remember how we look through cars, or we look through arrays, you can know how we can look through this particular array. So we can use the for let off array. So for let car of cars, okay, we can say, okay, I want you to show me all the cars that you have in stock, right? So you can say console.log. Okay, let's log car and then let's see what happens. So console.log car, let's reload. Okay, so you see that this time around it logs all the objects. So it logs the first one, logs the second one, and logs the third one. Okay, but what if I want to log just the names, or I want to log just the colors of the cars, right? So I can say car.color, right? And then let's reload it and see. So you have red, blue, black. All right, so what is happening here is that just like the loops that loop through the entire array, now it takes the first element of the cars array, it assigns it to car, right? So over here, the first element will be this car. Will have the color, right, red, and then it will have the brand Toyota. Okay, so that's the first element that it will pick. So when you say card or color, it will log red. Okay, on the second iteration, it will have this, right? So it will then log blue, right? Then the black, then it will log that one too. So then it goes on in that order, right? So these are objects. This is how there's a whole lot more about objects. I wouldn't like to go so deep right now to flood you with that, okay, but try to get this basic concepts of how they work. All right, now that we have that out of the way, now let's really tackle the window objects like we wanted to. So let me reload here, let's scroll down and let's take the window objects. Okay, so the window objects, like we said, is an inbuilt object that allows you to access certain properties and functions of the window. All right, so let's do console.log window. All right, so we've not defined any window object, right, but it's inbuilt. All right, so you see over here, this is the window object. Now let us enlarge this, expand this, right? So we see in the window objects, we have the alert function, we have blur, we have caches, we have a whole lot of inbuilt functions in the window objects. So plenty. On mouse over, those are the event listeners. There is so much: parents, there's print, there's prompt, there's screen X. Okay, there's a whole lot of properties that you can access with the window object that can help you manipulate various parts of the browser. You get it? So usually, as you do more complicated things, you start learning which particular properties of the window object you need to do your work. All right, so that's the window object. Now, just like we have car.color, car.blue, and a car.brand and all that stuff, the same way we can access some of these properties with the dot notation. Okay, so let's say we want to access the location of this particular site, that is the file location of this web page. Right, we can say window.location. Now let's log that. Okay, so you see over here we have the entire location is also an object. So you realize we have car.owner, and the owner itself is an object which has the first name and the number. So just like we have that one over there, for the window.location, to the location itself is an object in the window property. All right, so then we can go further. We have some of the values of the object over here. So we have href. Okay, so this is the location property, right, which is showing over here. And in net we have href. So I can say window.location.href. Right, now let's log that and see. Okay, so you see that gives me the path to my my file. So this is like the window property. So there's so much you can do with the window property. Okay, now let's look at event handlers. All right, let's look at event handlers. Let's just leave this here for now. Okay, let's look at event handlers. Event handlers. So let's say we want something to happen anytime the user clicks anywhere on the screen, right? So we need something called the event handler, right? Now the event handler is sort of like listening for the click, and at the same time, once the click is fired, it performs a certain function, right? So we can say window dots on click. You see, Visual Studio Code is even suggesting a whole lot of event handlers for me. Okay, so the window object has that on click property. Okay, and then we say, right, when it occurs, when any place is clicked, okay, alert, hey, you clicked around. Perfect. So now let's refresh the page. Okay, and let's click here. So hey, you clicked around. So anytime I click anywhere in the website, okay, this is an empty page. Okay, anytime I click anywhere, we get a hey, you click. And this is where JavaScript actually starts to get really excited. Okay, so this, right, then we get a hey, you click here, right? So you can have so many things going on here. We can have there's another way we can also write this. Okay, instead of the window dot on click, let's comment this out. Okay, we can say window dot add event listener, right? Add event listener click, and then we can pass a function to that. Right, then we can say that hey, sorry, console.log hey, you click me, right? Okay, so now let's save that and see. Let's save that. So you see, hey, you click me. So anytime I click, it locks again. So it's locked about 6 times already. All right, so this is another way you can add event listeners, right? So what you can do is that your function can even be outside, right? So you can put it this way instead. Let's say you can have a function that says say hello, right? And we say console.log hello from the other side. Okay, all right, and then now instead of putting a function here, we can do it like this, say hello, right? Okay, then let's reload. Okay, and then let's click say hello from the outside, hello from the outside. It keeps updating, it keeps adding up, so you have hello from the outside so many times. Okay, so this is event listeners. Try to get the whole concept and ideas behind event listeners and window objects. We are going deeper in it in next sessions, all right, where we explore it and have so much fun with them. Okay, but try to get the basic understanding of it. So over here we are saying, hey, the window should listen for a click function. Anytime you click somewhere on the page, it should say hello from the outside. Okay, so now that we've gotten an overview of the window objects and event listeners, all right, now let's jump into the document object model. So the document object model, it allows us to sort of access portions of our HTML site from JavaScript. Okay, it structures everything for us. So let's say you want to pick something from your site, maybe pick the button, pick a certain button, make it a color of red from JavaScript, dynamically and all that stuff. The document object model helps us to do that. And with the DOM, you can access anything you want on your page. Anything, everything, as long as you've coded it in your HTML, you can access it, right? So that is it about the DOM. Now the DOM is in a hierarchy. Okay, so your entire website is structured in a hierarchy, right? So if you are taking the CSS lesson, this looks very familiar to you when we're dealing with selectors, all right? So it comes in very handy in JavaScript as well. So we have the body, the HTML. So these are children of the HTML tag, which is the root element, right? And the body, we have some children elements, which is the H1, P1, P, and P2 can have the child elements as well. Sorry. So basically, this is how your DOM is structured. Okay, any size that you build is laid out in this nice hierarchy, right? It can be a bit more complicated. This is very simplified. It can be a bit more complicated depending on how complicated your website is as well. But basically, this is how the browser is seeing things in that order. All right, and then let's quickly get to it. This is like a really fun part of JavaScript. This is where the fun really starts. We are going to manipulate some DOM elements, add some cool stuff here and there, make some things happen on our website. Very basic but exciting all the same. Okay, so let's quickly jump to it. Okay, so I'm going to close this events.js, right? And I'm going to change this to dom.js, right? And then I will remove this embedded JavaScript from here so that we are left with just this code, right? Like so. Okay, so we have just our body here. Then let's create the dom.js file. So I'll click here to create another file. Now make it dom.js. Okay, where we can write all our new code. Now let me reload this. Okay, now I'm going to close the console. So let me close the console right here. Okay, so we have our empty website with nothing inside. Okay, so what we are going to start doing is we are going to see how we can access various elements from our website. Okay, so let's start with a couple of paragraphs. Okay, just random paragraphs. So let me say paragraph 1. Okay, let me just duplicate this to paragraph 2 and paragraph 3. Okay, so let's just say I have a button here, right? In fact, I won't add a button here for now. Let me just keep it this way. Paragraph 1, paragraph 2, 3. Let's say in our JavaScript, what we want to happen is that we want to change all the paragraphs. We want to increase the font sizes of all the paragraphs, right? So what we can do is that we can say var paragraphs. Okay, so you are now seeing how the paragraphs and then all that stuff, they are coming in handy. So var paragraphs is equal to document dot get element by tag name, right? By tag name p. Okay, I wish I can make this a bit bigger. All right, okay, there we go. Okay, so document get element by tag name p. All right, so this is the document object, and the document object has a lot of functions and it has a lot of properties that helps you to access. So that's the DOM. So it's like a DOM model. So you can access things using the various properties the document object gives. Just like we had a window.alert and window.event and window.onClick and all that stuff. We also have the document object, which is provided by JavaScript as well, inbuilt. Okay, so this particular get element by tag name, what you are saying is that get all elements on my website that have a tag of p, right? Get everything. So what I'm going to do is that now let's log this and see console.log paragraphs. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay, so let me reload the page and then let's right click and click inspect element to see what's in the console. Okay, so console. Right, so you see we have an HTML collection 0, 1, 2 and length of 3. Okay, so we have an array right here. Okay, so meaning to access all the paragraphs that you've gotten, you need to sort of loop through the paragraphs, okay, and then assign them a certain value, right? So we can do for let I equal to 0. We said arrays are 0 based, okay, so they start with a 0. So I equal to 0, I less than paragraphs dot length. Okay, so we are saying length of the paragraphs. Okay, so if there are three paragraphs, the length will be 3. If there are 4 paragraphs, the length will be 4 and all, right? I plus plus. Okay, so what we'll do is that we'll say paragraphs I dot style dot font size is equal to 20 pixels, for example. Then let's save that and see what happens. Right, so You see, so right here, what we've said is that we've looped through all the paragraphs, right? And then at each loop, we say, so over here, we have something like paragraph 0, font style or font size is 20 pixels. Paragraph 1, the style or font size is equal to 20 pixels. And paragraphs 2, the style or font size is equal to 20 pixels, right? Now, when we get to 3, right? 3 is not less than paragraphs of length, right? Because paragraphs of length is 3. Okay, so once we get to 3, that's the loop stops, and then we get what we have over here. Okay, so this is something cool. If you don't want to go that way, you know, we have the for let I of paragraphs, right? So we can still have this. Okay, this, I mean, makes things for let paragraph of paragraphs. Okay, we can still say paragraph dot style dot font size equal to 20 pixels, right? Let's save that. Okay, and then let's reload. Okay, so you realize that nothing changed, so it's the same thing. Okay, so this is the loops that we talked about that you can apply. You know, this is where you apply practically on your website. Okay, so you need to sort of know these various there are a whole lot of properties, document properties. There's a ton of it. Okay, we can't cover everything, but we'll cover most of the fundamental ones that you need and you'll be using on a daily basis. Okay, so let's delete this for now, or let's just, you know, delete this, right? And then let's maintain this, sorry. Okay, so that we have something really organized over here. All right, let's go back to our page. Let's delete the paragraph. All right, I mean, this code can be here even if we're not using it. Okay, I think it's better we, you know, let's just comment it out, you know, for the sake of readability. All right, so let's comment that out. Let's save it here, and then let's try another property, okay, which will help us have some more fun. All right, so that is called the document.getElement by ID. All right, now before we continue with this particular document property, let's go back to our page. Right, what I want us to do is we are going to give our body an ID of, let's just make an ID of my website body. Okay, all right, now I'm going to create some inline styles over here. All right, I'm going to use some inline styles over here just to demo a few things. Right, type is equal to text/css. Okay, now say body background color red. Right, let me cut this, save, and then let's reload. Okay, so we have a red background color. Right, let's comment this out for now. I just wanted to show you something. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to dynamically change the background color, right? But I wanted you to know the CSS file would have used if you're doing it from CSS. Okay, so let's bring back our document.getElement bar. So what we can do is that we can say var body. In fact, let me say my body. Sounds weird, right? Document.getElement by ID. So over here we can pass the ID of the body element that we want, which is my website body, right? Perfect. So document.getElements my website body. So what we are saying is that now note the difference. This get elements. So this one we say get elements by tag name. So this gives you an array of items, okay, of elements that have the p tag. But document.getElement by ID, it gives you just one item because we are supposed to have just one element with one ID, right? So this returns just one particular element. Okay, all right, so now we have the body. So that particular body is stored here. So you know what, let's log this body variable, see what is inside, you know, what is actually inside being contained in that variable. So let's reload the page and inspect. Okay, let's go to console. Right, so you see in the console we've actually logged the entire body element, right, which is pretty good. And the body element has that script tag we have inside over there. So you know what's going on. So this thing has selected the entire body element. All right, okay, so it means we can do some really cool stuff to the body element, right? So we can say my body dot style right, dot background color, ooh, is equal to red. Okay, so let's save that. Let's reload. Yeah, so you see we did CSS, set the body background to red, and then we came to JavaScript and we're actually able to access the DOM, which is my body in my DOM, and change the style property, the background color of the style property, to red. Can even make it black if we want. So all the values that the CSS line would have taken, you can actually enter the same thing over here. Okay, so this is something very cool that you can do. Now I want us to do something cool with this small thing. Okay, something like a random color picker for the background property. Okay, so let's just get to it. So I will comment this out. All right, now let me create a button here. Button, right? I'll say, let's make it fun. Let's make it click me, right? And I'll give this button an ID of click me. All right, okay, so let's reload the page. Okay, so we have the click me over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply some styles to sort of make it centered. All right, so we say body, sorry, let me remove the background from there. So we have body, right, we have width 100%, okay, I think by default, and we have the height 100 BH. Okay, so we want the body to be as tall and then as wide as the page, right? Okay, perfect. And then we say display flex, right? Justify content center, align items center. Okay, let's save it, let's reload. Okay, so we have our click me right in the middle of our screen. Okay, so now let's apply some styles to the button. So we can say button hash click me, right? So let's make our button look nice. Where do we start from? Okay, let me say border. Let me make it 3px solid black. All right, let me make the border radius, let's say 10 pixels. Okay, let's see how this looks. All right, perfect. Let's make the padding 1 em. Okay, let's make it a bit big, right? Nice. Okay, I think I can make the border radius 50%. I want a really curved button. This is too much. This is too much too. Okay, so 10%. God, I'm a perfectionist. Okay, this is also not good. Let's just play around. Okay, I think I'll just have to settle for something. Okay, this is nice. I love this. Click me. Okay, this is looking good. So padding 1 em. I can say font weight 2 can be bold. All right, yeah, I love this. Let me make it a bit wide. Width can be 200 pixels too big. Let me try 150 pixels. That may be a bit wide, but yeah, I think I like this. Okay, and let's add some. Let me make the background has this stuff, some subtle gray. I don't want that. Okay, yeah, so we have a perfectly white button, background button. Okay, now let's add some hover styles. Hash click me, right? Okay, so we can have, let's say, hey, hash click me, let's say hover. Okay, let's give it a cursor of pointer. Okay, and then let's say background color black and color of white. This is pretty good. Let's say that. Yeah, I love this. Okay, let's say button click me active, so that when we click it something happens. Let's say opacity of 0.5. Okay, just to give it a nice click feel. Okay, yeah. Okay, I love what we have so far. So we have our button, we have our body over here, right? So we are going to create something such that when you click the button over here, it generates some random backgrounds for the body elements. Okay, so we are going to combine a whole lot of things we've learned so far. All right, so this is a very simple project, but it's a very interesting project. All right, so let's start. So we have our body over here, and then we have the button over here. Okay, so we say document dot get elements by ID, right? Okay, so what's our button ID? Click me. All right, perfect. So by ID, click me. Okay, so now we've selected the button. All right, so what we want to say is that anytime the button is clicked, right, the background of the body should change. All right, that's what we have. So what we type is button dot add event listener. Okay, so first we're doing window, but now we are adding the event to the button. So we don't want it like such that anytime you click anywhere on the screen it should sort of change. We want it to be such that when you click the button, that is the only time it should change. All right, so button dot add event listener, we say click. Okay, and then we'll pass in a function over here, right? That then we'll say over here, let's just put a comment here, change the background of the body. Okay, now change the background of the body. We would want the code to pick from a random set of colors, right? And then apply the background. So we need like an array of colors, right? So we can store all the various different types of backgrounds in colors in an array of colors, right? Then we can pick randomly from each of the arrays. Colors, sorry, not each of the arrays, each of the colors, sorry. Okay, so let's create our color array. So colors, right? So for this, we'll have to do a lot of explorations to find random colors that we can use. Okay, you can go online, Google, if there's this set of colors that you want to use, that's fine. Okay, but then we are going to stick to the basic colors we know. Red. Okay, we're going to have green. We are going to have blue. We are going to have orange. Then we are going to have, let's say, purple. Right, let's put some gray over there. All right, let's put some gray over there. Okay, so these are colors that we'll be picking randomly from, right? So what you can do is that now let's change the background color, right? So we have our background color code right here. Okay, so in fact, let me just type it again. My body dot style dot background. So you realize that everything is coming in handy, the variables, the properties and all that stuff. Okay, so over here, what are we doing? We are pulling in this my body elements right into this function scope and say that, hey, anytime somebody clicks the button, let's change the style. Let's take the background color of the style to something, right? So what we want to do is that we would want something like this. Let's say colors. If we say colors 0, okay, this will mean that anytime you click it, it should change the color to the first element, which is red. Okay, so let's try this and see. Okay, so that is red. Okay, so it stays are red. Okay, but this is not what we really want. We want it such that anytime you click, it should select a random value from the a random element from the array. Okay, so we are going to declare a simple value called random. Let's say random index, right? So this will generate, we want to generate a random index between 0 and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so random index between 0 and 5. Okay, so we will use this JavaScript objects, right? math.floor, math.random, okay, times, so we say we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so times 5. Okay, right, we have this. Then we say colors random index. Okay, so then at each button click, a random number will be generated. Okay, so this is like a quick way for generating random numbers in JavaScript. Okay, so math.random, and then you floor it, and then you get I don't want to go into detail into what exactly is going on, okay, but just get the idea of how we generate a random number. Okay, so let's refresh this. Okay, let's click here. Right, okay, so you see, anytime we click it, something random happens. And you realize that there are times that we click and then the colors remain the same. Okay, what happens is that sometimes, because it's random, it can repeat a color, right? Yeah, so it can repeat an index. Okay, so I mean, that's why it's random. Okay, so as you click it, so for this, it means that the color that was picked was red. Okay, what we can do is that we can add another nice effect. Let's have another, I don't know, maybe we should have it on top here. Let's say an H5. Okay, let's just give it an ID of color name. Okay, color name. So what will happen is that any color that we select, we want to put the name of the color here. So let me just say hash color name, right? Sorry, the color should be white. Okay, so by default we will say no color selected. Okay, now let's reload. Okay, it's white, so we can't see here. I think I'm going to make it black, right? Because it's white, we can't see it. Okay, so it's right here, it's not centered, so we have to say a flex direction. Okay, we say column. Okay, and then let's save that. Okay, right, perfect. So we have the no color selected. The font, our font is not really nice, but you know what, you just leave it as it is. We are not worried about the font right now. Okay, so we're no color selected. So anytime we click the button, we want it to put the color we've chosen over here, right? So over here we can say document.getElement by ID, right? So color name, all right, color name dot inner HTML. Okay, so we are saying whatever text is inside, whatever content is inside, change it to the colors random index. Okay, so we'll do it this way. Okay, perfect. Let me close this so that we have some more space over here. Okay, right, good. All right, so you get what's going on. So this colors random index it can be red, it can be green, it can be blue, it can be orange. Okay, so whatever you choose will be shown over there. All right, and then we are sort of picking the H1, and then we are saying that, hey, pick the H1, and then for the inner HTML. So this inner HTML is another attribute, it's another property of the document model, right? So we can access the inner HTMLs for every element. Okay, not just H1s, it can be P's or whatever it is. So inner HTML colors random index. All right, so let's reload and see. So no color selected. Okay, so we have green, say, so red, blue. So anytime we choose a color, that is displayed, right? I think I like this. This is really nice. Okay, so red, orange. Okay, so anytime, like I said, anytime we click and doesn't change, it means the random color was, so the random color that was generated, the random index that was generated is the same. Okay, because it's random. All right, so we click and then this is our random color generator. So we've already done something really cool. Let's make this a bit big and see, right? So we've already done something really cool with JavaScript already. Just document.getElement by ID and a few attributes here and there. So we are making a ton of progress already. Okay, let me bring this back to how it was. Okay, and then let's get this a bit smaller as usual. All right, so now we done document.getElements by ID. Okay, there are some other selectors, should I say, I call them JavaScript selectors, right? Okay, but they are document properties essentially that we can use as well. So let's say I think for now I'd want us to sort of like switch to something else. Let's say another JS file, okay, so that we can use that to steady our document.getElement by class names. Okay, I don't want to mix up our projects and then all our code. All right, so let's create another file. We call it let me just make it more selectors.js. Okay, more selectors.js. Let me open this. I'll create another file, maybe more selectors.html. okay, so that you can preserve your nice code. Okay, so I'll copy all this, bring it here, paste it here, right? Then I'll just delete this from here. I'll delete this styles. No, maybe I can keep the style field, delete it from here like this, right? Okay, and then I can connect this to more selectors. So more selectors.js, index.html. So this can remain as dom.js. Okay, since it's our nice project. Okay, so Let's create another file, more selectors.js, more selectors.js. Okay, right, that's an empty file. Let's close down there, yeah, so that we have an empty page, right? So I am going to now open that particular file instead, okay, from my list of files, so more selectors.js, right? So we have it right here. Okay, so that's our project here and our new file over here. So let's minimize this. Okay, so we have our let's explore sorry, more elements. So now let's say we have another p tag, right? And this has class name of, let's say, nice paragraph. Okay, and then we have another one. We can just copy and paste this. So paragraph. Okay, and then we have another p, but this time around this p has not nice paragraph. Yeah, I mean, all your friends have nice paragraphs, only you don't have a nice paragraph. That's not nice. Okay, so in our code we can say that var nice paragraphs. Okay, remember, for variable names you cannot use hyphens or stuff like that, right? So for var nice paragraphs, because the document gets elements by class name. Okay, by class name. This is not ID, by class name, and it's plural, elements by class name. So take note of this. So you have document.get elements by ID, which is 1. Document.get elements by class name. It means multiple elements can have the same class name. All right. So by class name, nice paragraph. Okay, so we have nice paragraph right here. Okay, I love this. Right, so just like we did for the document.get elements by tag name. Okay, we can do this for the paragraphs with a class of nice paragraph. Okay, let me close this here so that we get to see this. Yeah, all right, so we see we have nice paragraph, not nice paragraph. Okay, let me just reload this. Okay, oh, see, we don't have anything in our nice paragraphs. Our paragraphs are empty. Bama, we have an empty paragraph, so we put this there here. So let's make this not nice paragraphs. Okay, let's reload. Okay, so we have nice and not nice. Okay, so this we are come to do is going to apply to just the nice paragraphs, right? So we are going to say for let paragraph of nice paragraphs. Let me make it paragraphs. Let me make the variable paragraphs, right? Paragraph dot style dot font. Oh, come on, why did you do that? Dot style dot font color is equal to red. Okay, there we go. So let's reload. Oh, that didn't work. I think I'm making a mistake here. For let paragraph of nice paragraphs is equal to, I make a mistake here. Dot style. Let's see what could be wrong. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is not supposed to be font color. It's supposed to be color, right? Color, right? We don't have any property called the font color, so color red. Okay, so let's reload that. Yeah, so here we go. We have the red paragraphs. Okay, all the paragraphs with a class of nice paragraph now have become red over here, and then the ones that are not were not selected over here. So we picked all the elements with class name nice paragraph, gave it to this variable, and then we looped through our variable, and then we assigned the various class names. So this is pretty cool, what we've done so far. Now there's also another interesting thing that we can do, right? So now let's say we want to give this not nice paragraph its own let's say color or something like that, or maybe font size or whatever it is. Okay, there's another interesting selector that we can use. In fact, not nice paragraph, not nice paragraph is equal to document dot get elements. Actually, not element, we have query selector all. Okay, and then we have p dot not. Let me just get this class name here, right? There we go. So yeah, right here. So query selector all is like a very nice selector that allows you to select elements based on like your normal CSS selector. So what you'd have used in CSS, you can use query selector all, and then you can just pick that up. Okay, so over here, so one thing you always remember is that this query selector all returns like an array, like a node list of the element, just like we have the get element by class name or get elements by tag name. Okay, so though this selector is for one element, it sort of brings in a lot of elements. Okay, so for that you have to loop through it. Okay, so we can say for though it's just one element, okay, you still have to loop through it anyway. So for let's np, that's not nice paragraph of not nice paragraph. Okay, we can say nnp.style.color is equal to, let's say, green, right? And then let's reload this. Okay, so now that becomes a color of green. Let me close this so that you see it clearly. That becomes a color of green. Okay, we can add more styles, not just one at a time. Style.font size. So you can study all the properties. You know, there are so many properties you can play around with. 50 pixels. Okay. Oh, I think I make a mistake here. Font size equals to 50 pixels. npp.style.color.green is that. Okay, so this is nnp. Why did I say npp? Oh god. Okay, nnp. Yeah, so we have not nice paragraphs over here. So this is very interesting. We've done a number of selectors. You know, we are doing some magic and stuff over here. So you can understand how you can manipulate, like pick elements on your screen and use it to do cool stuff. There's a whole lot of exciting things that you can do and play around with. So in the next section we'll do another very cool, simple beginner project. Something to just give you a more deeper feel of what we've done so far. All right, so let's get into it. Okay, so we are going to build a simple clock, should I say, a simple digital clock, not with the one with the hour and everything. No, we want something very simple. Let me show you what we are going to be doing. Okay, so before that, let's remove this from here. All right, and then I want us to create a new project. Okay, so we come to file and we come to add folder to workspace. Right now I'll create a new folder here. I'll label it simple clock. Okay, simple clock right here. Okay, and I'll click it and I'll add that to the workspace so that we have multiple. We have the intro and then we have the other one to here. Now click this and I'll add a file. Okay, index.html, right? Then I'll add another file, index.js. Okay, so that we have two files there. And then let me just go into the index.html, the first one, and then copy and paste the content there. I'll remove this from here. Now remove the styling too from here. Okay, so with that we have something simple like this. Let me close this, right? And I'll link this to index.js. Okay, so let's try this out. Let me make it alert hello. Okay, just to make sure that our index.js is working perfectly. All right, so I will close this and then close this. Okay, so let's go to the project folder, right? Simple clock, and then we will open index.html. all right, so it's working. So we have our hello right there. Okay, so we have the, let's reload that again, hello. Okay, perfect. So our index.js file is working, our index.html is working, right? So what we want to do, okay, let me just put a simple paragraph here like this. Okay, so what we want to do is we want a timer like this, so that displays the hour. So let's say it's 3 p.m. we want something like, let's say 3:45 p.m. and then it displays the second that we are on, and then it shows whether we are in PM or AM. Okay, so we want something like this displayed over here, which is dynamic, which is constantly counting. Okay, so it picks the current time and then it updates, so like a very nice timer over here. Okay, so this is basically what I want us to work on. All right, and then see how that works. Okay, so let's get started. Let's first do our CSS. Okay, let's start from our CSS aspect, or do some of the basic HTML stuff, and then we go to JavaScript. After that, we'll end by making it look nicer. Okay, so we have our let's use an h1 tag. All right, let's just make it this way, and then what we'll do is that we'll say that onload. Okay, so this is also just like saying window.onload. Okay, but this time around the onload is on the h1, so we are telling the browser that, hey, after the h1 actually successfully loads, run this function. Okay, so we can have on click if we want to say that, hey, once you click that h1, run this function. Okay, but this is for onload. So when this loads, we have something called showtime, a function called showtime, right? So now this showtime will run anytime this h1 loads successfully. Okay, so what we can do is we can say function showtime in our JavaScript file. Okay, so this is where our clock code will go, right? So let's test it by saying alert hello, right? And then let's save that. Let's see what's going on here. h1.onload showtime. Am I making any mistake over here? Index.js. Oh, see that. Okay, so onload works on a certain set of given elements. So we can say body.onload, right? But we can't say h1.onload. All right, so I think that's my mistake, my bad. Sorry about that. Okay, so body.onload showtime, right? So let's refresh that and see. Okay, perfect. So that works. Okay, so body.onload. So this onload event handler sort of works on a given set of JavaScript elements, not all the element like the way we have on click and all that stuff. So we are saying that once the body onload, once the body is downloading, run this particular function. Okay, so our function over here is working perfectly. All right, so what we do now is that now this is empty. Okay, so we want to capture the current date. Okay, now from the current date, JavaScript allows us to get the current hour, the current minute, and the current seconds. All right, so that's one good thing about JavaScript. So now, if you remember clearly, we explored what the date object is. Okay, so we are going to go into a bit detail with it right now. So var date is equal to new date. So with this, I get the current date stored right in the date function, in the date variable over here. Okay, over here. So then if I want to get the hour, what I'll say is var hour is equal to date dot get hours. All right, so date dot get hours. So this shows the current hour that we are in. Okay, so let me just alert okay, just to give you an idea of what we are doing. Okay, so this is 15, so my time says 3 o'clock now. Okay, so that's 15, so this is a 24-hour clock. All right, so let me just note it over here. So this shows the current hour from 0 to 23, so 23 being 11 p.m. and then 0 being 12 midnight. All right, 12 a.m. okay, in that order. Okay, now we have var minute. Okay, so date dot get minutes, right? Okay, and then for obviously minutes, we have the 0th minute to the 59th minute, right? Okay, so definitely when you get to 0, the next minute starts. Okay, so get minutes, we have 0 minutes to 59 minutes, and then we also want the second, right? Because we said we want to display our minute second, right? So we have the second to be equal to date dot get seconds, right? Okay, and then seconds, we have 0 to 59. Okay, so I mean 60 seconds make a minute, right? 60 minutes make an hour. So that's basic math, right? So now we want to also show whether it's AM or PM, right? So what we'll do is that we'll set a session variable. Okay, we'll make it by default AM, Okay, so by default it should be AM. So what we will do is that based on certain conditions, right, we'll show whether it's AM or it's PM. Okay, so what we have now is that now there are variable. The get hours shows us the hours from 0 to 23. Okay, it shows us from 0 to 23. But first of all, we do not want 0 on our clock, right? We want to show whether it's actually 12 or something. We don't want 0. Okay, 0 is not what we are looking for. And because it's a 24-hour clock, 0 means 12 a.m. in the morning. All right, and then in that order, right? So we'll say if hour is equal to 0. Okay, so you remember the conditionals that we've used in the past. Okay, so if hour is equal to 0, that's when you get the current date and then the hour is 0. Instead, we write that and make it 12. Okay, so if hour is equal to 0, just change it back to 12. You get it? We don't want any 0. We want to know whether it's 12 or whatever it is, because for all the time 12 is like the middle, like so 12 midnight and stuff like that. That is the middle. Okay, so we have from so 12 midnight we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Okay, so if it's 12, it will show 12, and if it happens to go to 0, which is 12 midnight, it will come back to 0. It will come back to 12. Okay, so that is how that one works. Then we have if r is greater than 12. Okay, so what are we trying to say over here? Now we know this is a 24-hour clock, right? So we have 1 p.m. will be 13 o'clock, 2 p.m. will be 14 o'clock, 3 p.m. will be 15 o'clock, right? But we do not want 15 o'clock. We want like 1 p.m. to show us 1 p.m. We want 2 p.m. to show us 2 p.m. and we want 3 p.m. to also show us 3 p.m. right? Okay, so the logic here is that if it's 13 o'clock and you remove 12 from that, you get 1 o'clock, right? And if it's 14 o'clock, if the current hour is 14 and then you remove 12 from it, you get 2 o'clock. Okay, so that's simple logic, right? So what you do is that if r is greater than 12, we say r is equal to r minus 12. Okay, so that will get us 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and whatnot. And if the hour is greater than 12, then we have session is equal to PM instead. Okay, so session is equal to PM instead of AM. Okay, because immediately you pass 12 o'clock, you've entered the PM. Okay, so 1 is PM, 2 PM, 3 PM, 4 PM, 5 PM, 6 PM, 7 PM, 8 PM, 11 PM. All right, once you get to 0, right, then you come back to AM. Right, you get the logic over there. Okay, so r is equal to r minus 12, then session is equal to PM. Okay, so we've overwritten this particular session variable over here now to get us our PM. Okay, so next is that what happens is, so let's say var time. Okay, so now we are going to append the hour, minute, second into one variable and then display it on our page. Okay, so var time is equal to r plus, okay, so we want this format. Let me just put the format. We want r, minutes, second, and then the PM or AM. All right, that's the kind of format we want. So we want hours plus, right, and then we want the colon, right, plus minutes. Let me make this minutes and let me make this seconds, right, so that it's a bit more intuitive. So minutes plus we have minutes over here, and then we have plus seconds over here. All right, so this is our variable right now. So hours plus minutes plus seconds. Okay, and then plus the session, right, plus the session. Let's not forget that plus we need some space over there. Let me close this. Okay, and then let's add the session variable over here. Okay, so we're already processing the hour. We've already gotten the minutes from here, and then we have the seconds too from here as well. So session, right, and then we display it over there. So then now we go to document.get element by let's see what we have here. We have h1 over here, so let's give you an idea of, let's say h1 let's say time, right? So document.get element by id time, right, and then we say dot inner we can say inner text, inner HTML, right? So inner text is equal to time. Okay, so now let's reload the page and see what happens. Okay, so let's inspect, see whether we are making any errors anywhere. Okay, so we are getting ours is not defined at index.js 19. Oh, okay. So all right. So we have R. So this is not ours, this is R. Okay, so let me clear that. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we have 3:26 7 p.m. which directly reflects my time over here. So 3 hours, so that's 3 o'clock 26 minutes and then 7 seconds, right? I realize this is not changing, but when I reload, okay, 26 23 seconds, when I reload 25, when I reload we have 26. Okay, so the seconds are actually it's actually increasing, but this is not the effect that we want. Okay, we want a clock that auto updates by itself. All right, so what do we do about that? How do we get this to auto update? Okay, so what we can do is we remember we talked about the set time interval and the set timeout function. Okay, so we say set timeout, right? And then what we do is that we call the same function again, show time, and we say update every second. So 1000 milliseconds, update every second. So we say let me put that in a comment for you to understand. So call the show time function every 1 second. All right, so let me comment this one out so that you remember what we're doing. So over here, insert the time value into the h1 hash time element. So I believe you already seen how all this thing is, playing together, coming together to create our function. We have used some variables over here, we have used selectors over here, we have used conditionals over here, we have used some concatenation over here. We brought everything together to create a simple project, right? So let's reload this and see. Okay, so you see right now this is increasing. So every second our show time function runs. Okay, so what is happening here is that after 1 second the show time function will run. So this function will call itself. Okay, once it calls itself, right, it will call itself again at the end. Okay, then it will keep calling itself at the end, every 1 second. So this will run unlimitedly, okay, infinitely. It's not going to stop for as long as the time keeps running. Okay, so let's get this running up to 59 seconds, and then let's see what happens. Okay, so once it gets to 59 seconds, goes to the next minute, right? The system will our code will capture, it always captures the current minutes and the current seconds. Okay, so each second this code is running again to capture the current minute and the current second. All right, so once it gets to 59, this will change to 329. All right, so let's see. Okay, perfect. All right, so now there is some additions that I want us to add over here. You see we have 3. It doesn't really look nice. I want us to have something like 03, okay, 29, and then if the seconds is also 1, we have like, let's say 01, okay, to make it look nicer. All right, so what we can do is that we can do some conditional statements over here. So we say r is equal to r less than 10. All right, I'll explain this shortly. Then 0 plus r, I just made it hours again, it's r, sorry, 0 plus r, or return r. Okay, so don't let this confuse you. Sorry, I think I'm making a mistake here. If r is this here, return this. Okay, all right, perfect. So don't let this confuse you. So this is a short form for this. Okay, if r is less than 10, okay, then r is equal to 0 plus r, right? Else, okay, you can even leave the else over there. Okay, or say else r is equal to r. Okay, so this is what we call a ternary operator. Okay, it's a short form for writing conditional statements. All right, so over here, if the condition, if like the code you want to return in the if statement is just a one line of code, you can put it in this format. So what we are saying is that if the hour is less than 10, okay, that is if the hour is either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, okay, what you return should be 09. Okay, if it's 8, return 08. If it's 7, return 07. Okay, so if it is lower than 10, that means it's a single digit. So we want to return 0 concatenated with the actual hour. But if it's 10, then it should just return this other 10. So we have the question mark here that says if it is less than 10, return this. Else, the column over here, else return the hour as it is. So if it's 11 or 12 or something like that, it's going to just return that value as it is. Okay, else it's going to add 0 to that particular value. So let's refresh this, let's save this and then refresh the page. Okay, so you see, because 3 is less than 10, it has appended 0 to it. So then over here we have 03, 31, 39. Okay, and we can do the same for the seconds too, and then the minutes as well. So let's say minutes is equal to, right, if minutes is less than 10, right, if minutes is less than 10, okay, that means a single digit. Also add 0 to the minute, all right, or return the minutes. Okay, and then we can do same for the seconds too as well, right? If seconds is less than 10, right, return 0 plus the seconds, and then or return the seconds. Okay, so sorry about this, let me put this here. Okay, so seconds, right? So we've written the logic for this, so let's refresh. So then anytime the seconds get to something that is less than 10, you realize that we will have 0 appended to it. So let's see how that goes. Unfortunately, we can't test this because it's afternoon here, so we can't test the AM portion of things. All right, so but now we will have to make do with the PM. All right, so let's wait a short while till this gets to minute, and let's see whether the second is appended to it. Okay, so you see now we have 01 instead of the normal one. Okay, so we've done a very cool clock over here, right? But our clock is not looking nice. Okay, so let's make our clock look way nicer. You know, let's give it some nice vibe, some really cool vibe. Okay, so what we'll do is that let's write some CSS over here. So we say body background color of black. Okay, display flex. If you don't remember how flex works, please go back to our CSS tutorial and then watch the flex tutorial, okay, to understand how flex works. Justify content center, right, align item center. Okay, so this gets the clock to the center, of the screen. Okay, so let me just refresh this. It will still be black, so you won't see anything. Okay, but let's go ahead and then style the H1 itself. So H1, let's just make it color white. Okay, let's reload it. Okay, so align item center, justify content center. Okay, so I need to give the body a height, right, of 100 VH. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so we have our clock right in the center here. Okay, so our clock, I don't like how our H1 looks, it's so raw. Okay, so I want us to add some nice color to it. So we say hash 17D4FE, right? So this gives us some nice color over here to give it a clock feel. Okay, and I want us to explore, let's change the font style to the font family to as well. Okay, so there's this really cool font I discovered. Okay, so font family called Arbitron, right? Arbitron, right? Now we said that font family by default, it tries to find this font style on your system. If it's not there, it will use any default font style, right? So over here, when I come here and I refresh, you realize that I still have, nothing has changed over here because the font family was not found. Okay, so I need to sort of import this font family into my project. Okay, so how do I import custom font style from online into my project, right? So I can go into my browser. Let me enlarge this, right? And then let's search for the browser, Arbitron Google font, right? So we can get on Google Fonts. So I open that Arbitrum Google Fonts. It's a very nice font. I love it. So over here we have different varieties of it. So I can choose this select style. Okay, all right. So when I scroll down to this portion, I see the code where I can use to embed the font. So when I come, I choose link, I select everything here and I copy. Right. Let's get this back to where we were. Okay, when I copy, I come back into my head before the style and then I paste it here like this. Okay, so I paste that code that Google gave me over here. I don't need to do anything. I just paste it here and then I'm good to go. Link, pre-connect, blah 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 blah. You know, Google gives you all that. So once you put it here like this, now this font is now available to you in your HTML. Okay, so then anytime you call on it, it will show up over here, right? So let's save. Right, so now you see my font is showing over here. Let me increase the font size. Let's make our font a bit big. Is 20 pixels big? Okay, let's see. 20 pixels is small. Okay, let's make that 50 pixels and see. It's also quite big. 60. Right. Now our clock is looking really nerdy. You know, like it's looking really fly. I really love this. Okay, so basically with some JavaScript and then some simple CSS, you know, bringing in some file, we have this clock that looks like it came from another world altogether. All right, so let's quickly just refresh on the code we have right here. Right, so what we are doing here is that we are capturing the date object. Right, in the date object we have some properties that can allow us to sort of select some values, some various components of the date element. So we can get the hours, you can get the minutes, you can get the seconds. In fact, there's a whole lot of other properties that we can actually get from the date object, which is the year and then all that stuff. Okay, but we want the hour, minutes and seconds. So we get the hours, we get the hours, we get the minutes, we get the seconds. Now the issue is that this get hours returns the it returns the hour as a 24-hour format. All right, so we have 0 being 12 a.m., 1 being 1 a.m., 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 being 1 a.m., then 12 p.m., okay, then 13 p.m., then 14 p.m., then 15 p.m., right, in that order, right? But what we want to do is that when it gets to 0, that is, we don't want 0 is like 12 midnight. Okay, so we don't want 0, we don't want our clock to show 0:41. Okay, we want it to show 12. Okay, and we have two 12s. Okay, so if the get hours gets to 0, it means you are 12 o'clock. So make the hour 12. All right, because we know that we are 12, right? Now over here, what we are saying is that since it's a 24-hour clock, we have 13, 14, 15 and all that stuff. What we want to do is that when it's 1 o'clock, when it's 13 o'clock, we want to show 1 o'clock instead. If it's 15 o'clock, we want to show 3 o'clock instead. All right, so then we say that if the hour is greater than 12, subtract 12 from it. Okay, so that logic gives us the 1 o'clock conversion or the 12-hour conversion. Okay, and then we say that, okay, set the session to PM as well, since the session by default is AM. So if the hour is not greater than 12, it means we are at 11, or we are at 0, or we are at 10 a.m. or 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. or whatever it is. Okay, then that one, the AM will remain. Okay, once we are done, over here we come to now append the various values that we've got, and we put it together into a time variable, and then we append it to h1 element right here. Okay, which is over here, inner text.time, right? And then what we do here is that we set the timeout to 1 second. So every second this function should run itself. Every second this function should run itself, and once it does that, it will always append the latest values over here. Now over here we said that the time typically shows, if it's, let's say, 1 a.m., it will show 1. Okay, what we want to do is that if it's less than 10, we want to show 01 instead of 1 a.m. or if it is 7, we want to show 07:43 a.m. Okay, so we did that for the minutes, we did that for the seconds, and we did that for the hour as well, right? So putting this basic concept together, putting the basic building blocks of a JavaScript project or JavaScript concept together, we've been able to create such a nice time that you can even share with your friends, or you can just have it on your computer just for the fun of it. Okay, and then using this, you can do so many other things, so many other manipulations. All right, so let's do one more project, one more simple project, and then to just sort of try to still get more insight into how putting this whole concept together works, right? Okay, so we'll do a simple project, okay, where we turn off and on a light bulb. Okay, very easy, very straightforward, right? So let's get to it. So I'm going to close this, once again, open this, add a folder to workspace. Okay, so let's create another folder. I'll call it light bulb, right? So I'll click add. Okay, so light bulb. Okay, new file, index.html, right? We create another new file, index.css. Okay, all right, and then so let's go to our simple clause. Let's just see whether we can Control A this and then come and paste it over here, right? Just so we don't have to do other stuff again. Sorry, this is supposed to be index.js, not index.css, right? Okay, perfect. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this, right? Let's get rid of my website body. Okay, and let's get rid of these styles here. Okay, then we can even get rid of the fonts over here. We don't really need it right now. Okay, all right, so we'll need some images. Okay, so we'll be manipulating some images here and there. So let's go back to our browser. Let me close this. Let me look for light bulb. Okay, let's see whether we can get some light bulb images over here. Let's see. Okay, this looks good. Let me see. Okay, I think we can settle for this. Okay, so I'll right click here and I'll save the image as. Okay, so let me save this in my light bulb folder. Okay, so I'll make it light. Let me just make it light.jpg and I'll save it. Okay, so I've saved the image. Now we need like two images, right? One that is on and the one that is off. You get it? So currently we have just one image. Okay, let me view here large icons. We have just one image. Okay, so we need to be creative over here and do some things over here, right? So I think I'll just use the Windows editor to quickly edit it. Okay, so let me open it and then I'll use the cropper, Windows 10. Okay, I'll just crop this like this. Okay, so we have save a copy, right? So save a copy. Okay, so I'll save it right in my folder. So I'll make it light off.jpg. I'll save that. Okay, so then we have one image for light off. All right, then I'll open this once again and then I'll crop it, and this time around I'll take the other side. Okay, so we have this one will be light on, so light on.jpg. Okay, so then we can save that. So then we have two images, light off and light on. I think I can delete this, right? So we have light on and light off. Okay, so now let's go back to our file. Okay, so this is an empty. Let me put our h1 here, see whether hello, this is working. Okay, we have our hello here, and then let's alert something random in our index.js file and see whether our JS file is also working. Okay, so our JS file is also working. All right. Okay, so what we'll do is we can start with maybe we can start with just the image, right? And we know the image has an src, so we can start with the light off.jpg. Okay, so let me do that. Okay, so right, so we have our light off.jpg. Okay, that's our image right there. Okay, and then we can have let's say 2 buttons. Okay, so button switch on, right? We can have another button say switch off, right? So 2 buttons stacked over there, all right? Switch on and switch off. Okay, for this we can say let's center everything on the page. Okay, let's center everything on the page. So let's go back to our body. Let's rewrite our style height 100 VH. Okay, display flex. Oh, sorry. Justify content center. Align items center. Okay. Flex direction column. Okay, so let's see how this looks. Okay, so this is what we have here. All right, so we have switch on, switch off. Okay, I think I don't want us to just waste too much time on the styles just yet. Okay, so just to make sure that things are working, so let me just say button margin bottom. We can say margin bottom 2 AM, right? Oh, so look at that margin button. Okay, so we have switch on, switch off over there. Okay, I don't mind our line because our image is not very proportional. Okay, which is why it looks that way. Okay, but then we are good to go. So we can say this has an ID of switch on. Okay, and this has an ID of switch off. Okay. Okay, so let's just for the sake of niceness, let's just add some paddings to the switch on and switch off. Okay, so switch on and switch off right here. Okay, and we say maybe button hash switch off, right? Let's say you give a background color of black, right? Color of white. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so black, white, and we say button, let's say switch on. Okay, we'll have background color of green and color of white. All right, so we have a green switch on and a black switch off. Okay, all right, so I think this should be side by side, right? But because we have a flex direction of column, okay, we can wrap this around a div, okay, so that the flex direction of column doesn't directly affect the buttons. Okay, so let's redo that. Okay, so then we have it side by side. Okay, and then we have our off bulb over here. Okay, so I think this is okay for our HTML and CSS. So now we can jump into our JS and then get this to change. All right, so now what we do is that when we click on switch on, right, we want the trick is when we click on switch on, we want the yellow bulb to show, the one with the on, and then we want, when we have the switch off, okay, we want this one to show, right? So basically we'll be changing the SRC attributes of each. All right, so the switch on button will be equal to document dot get elements by rd switch on, right? Okay, and by switch off button. So it's good practice to label your variables in a nice and with a friendly way, okay, so that you know what you are doing at each point in time. So document.get element by id switch off. Okay, just to confirm that switch on and switch off are really the IDs. Okay, so now what we can come and say is that switch on button, okay, anytime you click the switch on button, that's the add event listener. Okay, in fact, let's do it this way too. Okay, instead of the add event listener, which we've done before, let's use the inline styles, the inline JavaScript function. So we can say on click over here, on click is equal to switch on. Okay, and then we can say on click is equal to switch off. Okay, so these are all functions that we'll be using, right? On click switch on click switch off. What is going on here? Okay, so this is on click. All right, perfect. Okay, so so now we can come and declare our switch on function. So function switch on Okay, we can say, just for testing purposes, we can say on. Okay, and then we close it. Let's refresh and see. So switch on, that's on. Okay, so now let's do that for switch off. To function switch off. Okay, so we have alert off, right? This is really good. So off. Okay, so switch on, that's on. Switch off, that's off. Okay, so I like what I'm seeing over here. Okay, so what happens is that when you click on switch on, we want to change the image element. Okay, so our image, right, is equal to document.get element by id. Okay, we'll say the id of the image is Bob. Okay, sorry. All right, so now let's come here and give the image an id of Bob, right? Okay, so Bob, so what we'll say here is that if you click on switch on, image.set attribute, right, set attribute src. Okay, so the src attributes of the element, we say lights. I've forgotten what we use for the image. So we have lights off and lights on, right? Okay, so light on .gpg, right? Okay, let's save that, let's reload and let's see. Okay, all right, so let's do that for image.set attributes src dot then we have another quote, light off .gpg, right? Okay, so let's reload that. So switch on. I think there's a typo here. Oh, I forgot the closing curly braces. Okay, let's reload that. Okay, so switch on, switch off, switch on, switch off, switch off, switch on. Hi, this is such a fun project. Okay, so then with just the set attributes property, which takes the attribute you want to change and then the value of the new attribute. Okay, what we are doing is that we are dynamically through JavaScript changing this attribute over here from lights off to lights on .gpg. Okay, so when we click the switch on button, it changes to lights on .gpg. When you click on switch off, it changes to lights off. So you see, with that, we've created an illusion that we are actually lighting up the bulb. Meanwhile, it's a simple trick that we are using behind the scenes. Okay, so these are some like really cool things that there's some really cool things you can do with JavaScript. So many ways you can play around it and try to understand it and get how it works. Okay, so right now now that we've done these projects, we are going to move on to the next phase, right, where we learn how to dynamically add, create elements and all that stuff for the page. Okay, which are also really important concept that you should grasp. Okay, so keep having fun with this, keep playing around it, try multiple projects, go online, see some projects you can play around it, and try to put the calculator. For the sake of time, I didn't let us do the calculator project because that can take a while. All right, but then try it out, see whether you can build a calculator with JavaScript and all, and then let's see how this works. All right, okay, so let's go to the next section where we talked about how to add and then remove elements. Okay, so let's say we have a div, a simple div, right, in our code. So let's say id equal to my div. All right, what we can do is that we can actually create elements from JavaScript and then sort of put it right here. Okay, so this gives us a lot of power, right, with JavaScript, where we can even, so without something in the HTML directly, we can create it and then put it there as if it was coded in the HTML. All right, so how do we go about it? So there are like various properties for manipulating and adding elements right on the screen. Okay, so let's just first get the div over here. Div is equal to let me close this, right, documents.get elements by, okay, so documents, right, get elements by id my div. Okay, so what we can do is that we can create an element called p. We can create any element you want to add on the page. Okay, so we can say paragraph, let's say paragraph to add, right? We can say documents dot create element p. So we've created an element. Okay, now creating this element, you've created it in memory, right? But this has not been directly added to the page. So let's reload. Okay, so we see there's nothing still showing over there, right? So what we can also do is that we can now then add some text. Okay, so paragraph text is equal to document dot create text node. Okay, so we can say this is a paragraph created from JavaScript. Okay, so let's go. Right, so then what we can do is that we can say paragraph to add. Okay, paragraph to add over here dot append child. Okay, then paragraph text. Okay, so what we are saying is that now what the text node that we've created over here, right, place it into the paragraph element. Okay, so this will place the paragraph text into the paragraph element. Then we come back and say now div dot append child paragraph to add. Okay, so now you get the idea. So then what we are trying to create is that we are trying to create a p element. We're trying to create this over here, a p element over here with some text over here, this text. Okay, we are trying to create something like this from JavaScript. Okay, so we come to index.js. So then we have div, we get a div, we go to paragraph, you know, we create a new paragraph with a create element. Then we create a text node with the dot CreateTextNode element. Then we append this text nodes to the paragraph, and then we append the paragraph to the div. Okay, so let's refresh and see what happens here. Okay, so then you see we have that this is a paragraph created from text. So if we inspect this, okay, so you realize that right in the console, then we have the div id my div, and then over there we have the paragraph right in the div. Okay, so this is a very powerful, it looks very simple, okay, but it's a really powerful, these three things are really powerful things that allows you to really manipulate your HTML, you know, create things on the fly, okay, right from the word go, even when they are not in the HTML, right? In a very extreme case scenario, you can probably build an entire HTML section just with JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript is really powerful. There's a whole lot you can do with it. So these are some of the basics of how you can create element. Now let's see whether we can remove the paragraph that we've created. Okay, so let's add a button. Okay, we will not start this button, we'll keep it simple. Remove paragraph. Okay, so we can give this an ID of, let's say, button. Okay, let's say remove. Okay, so we can say that when you click this, that's on click. Okay, is equal to remove paragraph. Okay, all right, so now we can come and define a function over in our index file, remove paragraph. Okay, so function remove paragraph. Okay, what happens is that when we click the button, we want to remove this particular paragraph from here. Okay, so we say div dot remove child, we say p. Okay, no, we say remove child paragraph to add. So the paragraph that we've added, we want to remove that from there. Okay, so let's reload, right? Okay, so remove paragraph. Okay, so that goes. Let's reload. So remove paragraph, that goes. Okay, so we've sort of created the elements and then we've removed it all through JavaScript. Okay, so with this remove child, so these few JavaScript DOM properties are really powerful. They help a lot. Sometimes you are writing a certain program or a certain software, and then you need to sort of create the HTML element from JavaScript and then embed it directly on the page. Okay, so this really helps with that. Okay, so take note of this, practice it, try creating paragraphs, try creating headers, you know, try doing some mix and matches before everything. There's a whole lot more of components and then properties that I think you can explore. Okay, so anytime you want to explore that, just go to Google, go to the Mozilla Firefox documentation, and then read about it, because there's a whole lot of things you can manipulate. All right, but these are just the basics. So in the next section, we'll talk about something really interesting again, JavaScript. I'll just explain to you what JavaScript libraries are. Okay, just give you an idea of what they are and some examples, and then some very cool things that we can explore. Okay, so join me in the next section. Okay, so you may have heard of JavaScript libraries or plugins, or however you choose to call it. Okay, usually we say plugin or we say library, right? Now, JavaScript libraries are like codes that people have written, right, for simple functionality or even complex functionality that helps you to just bring it into your own program or your own web application without having to rewrite everything again. Okay, so you can just pull it in and then start using it for your own stuff. Okay, so there are so many types of libraries out there that do different things. Some target animations, some with image sliders, some with games. Okay, so you want to create a game, you don't have to do some things from scratch. Somebody has already done that for you, so you can simply reuse that. Okay, we have touch gestures, and then we have information graphs, charts, and there's a whole lot of JavaScript libraries out there. Okay, some of the most popular ones are React. Okay, so React is a library. There are so many. There's jQuery, okay, which will cover the very basics of jQuery right in this course. Okay, a very popular JavaScript library. It's been there for years, has an amazing community, and jQuery really helps makes to you if you've done JavaScript, when we do the jQuery, you realize how easy it is to write JavaScript with jQuery. All right. But then the disadvantage of libraries is that sometimes they are really large. Okay, depending on the type of library that you are bringing into your software, they can be really large. They are usually found in one big .js file. All right, and then from whoever made it. Okay, so you have to be really careful about the libraries that you use. Okay, if you don't need something, don't force to include it in your project. Okay, else there are some JavaScript libraries that are so big that when your page is loading, you realize that it takes a long time for the page to load. All right, so you have to be really careful about the kind of libraries that you are using. There are strategies around ensuring fast load times of JavaScript libraries and all that, but then basically they are all tricks that you can learn. But then the thumb rule is that if you don't need it, don't include it. Okay, and then also if you find a library, sometimes there are some functionality that it will be best for you to sort of build it on your own. Some of the functionality too, if you try building on your own, it will take a whole lot of time, and probably you're on a deadline. You need to write your project and then finish your program very fast. Okay, so you can just bring it in, but then if you realize that, hey, this functionality is something I can do in a short time, or it's not so complicated that requires a lot of testing and all that stuff, then you can just stick to writing your own thing. All right. Okay, so we'll talk about Ajax. Okay, let's talk about that. So that is asynchronous JavaScript and XML. Okay, so basically, Ajax helps you to sort of load information from the server onto your website without having to reload the page. Okay, so you realize that there are some websites you visit, when you click to request a certain information, the page has to be reloaded, or you have to open the link in another tab before you can see the information, right? That there are also certain websites that immediately you click, whatever data you are requesting, it shows right on the page. Okay, you can see that usually in a login form. Sometimes with most popular website, when you see a login form, you enter your username and your password. Immediately you click the login button, you see there's this thing loading. Okay, and then it tells you later after a few seconds whether your login is correct or not. If your login is correct, it just takes you to your account. If it's wrong, you get a response that your login is wrong. Okay, that is JavaScript Ajax awake. All right, so it helps you get data from the server in the background without reloading the page. Before Ajax became possible, right? Anytime you request something from the server, the entire page has to be reloaded again. So all the CSS file, all the images and everything has to be reloaded again and then come back to your feedback. But with Ajax, you don't need to do that. Once the site is loaded the first time, that is it. You can simply just request data from your back end and then you are good to go. Ajax is beyond the scope of this course, all right, because it's another thing altogether. But then I just need you to understand the basic concept of how it works. Okay, so that when you see it somewhere, you know that hey, it's Ajax. I've seen it before, and then I know what you are doing right here. Okay, so time for practice. We'll do some basic scripting with jQuery. This will be our last practice section for this course. Okay, so I'll show you jQuery, how you can replace whatever JavaScript we've written already in the course with into something more simple. Okay, a simpler syntax. All right, so let's get started with it right away. So to use jQuery, all right, we can either download the separate JS file, the .js file, or we can simply get the link, the CDM, okay, which can just put the jQuery into our code without having to download the file separately, right? But because we have already tried the external .js files in our previous lessons, in our previous sections, right? With this time around, we'll use the online one, all right, to go about this. I have to know that for the online one, there are times that sometimes we don't have internet connectivity, it won't work. Okay, so just note that, except when sometimes the browser caches it and all, so you don't have to like reload it again. So let's look for download jQuery. Okay, download jQuery. So let's go here. Okay, and then we'll scroll down. Let's look for CDN. Okay, so to use the jQuery CDN, right, just reference the file in the script tag directly from the jQuery CDN domain. You can get a complete script tag, including the sub resource integrity, by visiting code.jQuery.com. Okay, so let's go to code.jQuery.com. We want the latest version of jQuery. Okay, this is minified. Minified means that it has been sort of compressed, right? So it's not as big as the original version. So I go to minified. So it gives me the thing I need, the code that I need to put in my web page. All right, so let's hold on to this. Let me go back to our project. Okay, let's create our new project, file, add folder to workspace, right? We say jQuery, or let's say JQ intro. All right, JQ intro. Okay, let's put it there. Let's say new file, index.html, right? And then we'll have another file, index.js, right? And you know how we usually do our thing. We copy code, setup code. Okay, this time around we remove we'll keep the index.js file, but we remove this from here and then this from here. Okay, so we have a raw setup. Okay, and then index.html. All right, so now let's come here and copy this. So we can click this to copy to the clipboard, right? Let's minimize this and then come here. So we put a jQuery before. Let's make this big so that you see what's going on. So we put a jQuery before all other user-defined code, right? So your jQuery comes before your own index.js file, right? But it also comes before the body. All right, so this is what we've included here. So over here we've pulled in the jQuery file, code.jQuery.com, jQuery. This is the latest version. All right, okay, so we have our jQuery here. Now let's go back to, let's minimize this. Okay, and then let's open our jQuery, our index.html in our browser. Okay, all right, and then let's do our divided window once again. Okay, and let's close this out. All right, so now we can get started with writing some jQuery. All right, so we can start by saying, let's just add a button over here. Okay, a simple button, click me. We won't do anything fancy here, right? Just click me, right? We'll give you an ID of click. All right, let's just make sure that our jQuery works. Okay, so for jQuery, what you are saying is that we'll start with document.ready, right, function. Okay, and you put your semicolon here. All right, so what you are saying is that, hey browser, don't run this code till the entire web page is ready. okay, like everything has loaded fully, because you do not want to start accessing things when they have not yet loaded into the DOM, right? So this code over here, you are saying, hey, document already. When the document is ready, everything has loaded, then you come and then you run this code. Okay, so we'll say that let's say we want to show an alert box whenever the user clicks the button. So we say $. All right, so this is the format and syntax for jQuery. So the first is the selector. Okay, so $, the ID is click, so $#click, right? Dot click. No, let me make this click me button. Okay, just to differentiate. So click me button. Okay, we make this click me button, right? Dot click. So this is the event. This is the function. Okay, right? We put it this way and we say alert hello. All right, so let's reload the page and see what's going on here. Once we are done with that, I'll come and explain what is going on right here. All right, so click me. Okay, so we see we have an alert. Now this is very simple compared to JavaScript, where we would have done var button, you know, is equal to document.get elements by ID, and you know, come and do add event listener and all that stuff. See how simple jQuery is. So jQuery, the first portion is the selector, right? This selector takes any CSS selector. So whatever selector you have used in CSS, you can also use in jQuery, in the jQuery selector. You can also select even multiple elements with that. So if you have multiple elements, you can do that. Click me button, and then you put the values over there, just like any CSS selector, right? Then we have the event handler. So we are saying that anytime a user clicks on the click me button, run this code alert hello. So you click, it runs that. You click, it runs that, right? Okay, you click, it runs that. So this is basically jQuery. We've written jQuery, and it was so easy to do. Okay, so this makes things very easy, and then there are so many other things you can do with jQuery, like animations and a whole lot of very cool stuff you can do. Now let's do something even nice. Okay, so let's have H1. Okay, this is a nice heading. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's say we can say once you click the button, let's reload this. Okay, this is a nice heading. Okay, there's some semicolon right there. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, reload this. Okay, right. So we can say if we click that button, what should happen is that we can pick the H1. Okay, so you see how easy it is. We can pick the H1 and then add an attribute style. Okay, set the attribute style, make the color red. Simple. And then let's reload and then click. So now the color is red with just one line of code. So jQuery is so fun to use. It makes writing JavaScript easy. So once you understand the basic fundamentals of JavaScript, doing jQuery is very, very easy. All you have to do is to learn the methods and the functions and then all that stuff. All right. Now let's even do something even more interesting. Okay, we can have something like H1. Okay, dot animate. Okay, so we can have animate. We can say left is 20 pixels. Okay, right. So click me. Right now we haven't yet. Let's inspect this to make sure we are not making any errors here. Okay, we haven't made any errors here. So normally we would have to position it first. Okay, so we can have, let's say, H1 position absolute, right? Okay, and let's reload. You see, so that animated, right? So because you know, when we talked about positioning an element, it removes it from the flow of things. So then you realize that the click me has come up. Let's make this relative, okay, to keep the click me down, right? So click me, see what happens. So this is just with one line of code. We can make this let's say 120 to make it even cooler, right? So look at that, look at that. This is so nice. All right, so this is like some very cool things you are doing with jQuery, and you can do so much more. All right, you can add various animation, not just there. We can even add another style. Left this. Let's remove this. Okay, so we can use, let's say, opacity. Okay, opacity can be animated. Okay, so we can say opacity 0.5. Okay, let's save that, refresh. Okay, so you see once the left moved animated, the opacity also got animated as well. And there are so many other event handlers that we can use. So instead of a click, we can say maybe mouse over. All right, so instead of clicking the button, anytime you put your mouse over the button, the code will run. So let's reload that. Okay, so you see I didn't click here, but then the mouse over worked. Okay, so mouse over is another event handler that you can use. So there are so many jQuery event handlers available. Like, as much as it's available in JavaScript, you can do the same over here. All right, now let's try another nice effect. Instead of the animate, right, let's make it $h1 dot fading. Okay, so we have a fading code. Let's refresh. Okay, so right, so fading sort of brings it back. So let's say fade out. Okay, so fade out instead, right? Okay, so you see it's gone, right? So that faded out, it faded away. Okay, so that's the fade out. We have slide up and slide down. Okay, so let's try slide up. Okay, so let's reload that. So that goes. Let's make this click. Okay, so that we click it before the effect happens. Okay, so click me, slide out, slide up. Okay, and there's also something interesting called a slide toggle. Okay, so slide toggle, if it's slided up, it will bring it down. If it's slided down, it will bring it up. Okay, so basically these are some cool things you can sort of do with jQuery. Really interesting stuff. You can keep playing around with them. There's a whole lot of events that I said you can. There's mouse over, there's double click, there's mouse enter, there's mouse leave. There's a whole lot of things. There's selectors. There's a whole lot of selectors you can use. We also have things like, let's say we want to add a class. We can say h1.add class. Okay, for that you can add a certain class to the h1 dynamically. Okay, we have the remove class value to as well. So this is jQuery. Once you know this basic, you can explore more and more and more and more, and find out more about jQuery. Let's open this. If you want to learn more about the content in jQuery, the various functions, you just go to the jQuery site, or you can learn jQuery from W3 Schools. Okay, go to W3 Schools. Okay, there's a whole lot of jQuery stuff. We have the fade, the slide, the animate we just did. Okay, you realize that these are the basic. We have the add, remove, CSS classes. We have the traverse. In fact, all these things are very basic stuff that because we've covered it in JavaScript, it's just a matter of seeing their corresponding syntax in jQuery. But the underlying concept is the same, especially how you manipulate the DOM and everything. It's all the same. Okay, so once you are here, once you've learned the JavaScript, man, you are totally good to go. So this has been a really great and amazing journey. We've done a whole lot. We have discovered a whole lot. We've learned a whole lot. We've done some multiple projects, light bulbs, a clock, and background changer and all that stuff. So it's been a journey. If you understand this, then it gives you the foundation to do a whole lot more. So like I always say, play around with this very deeply. Keep learning, keep discovering more. Honestly, JavaScript is not a course. It's not a concept that you can teach in one course. There are hundreds and hundreds of JavaScript tutorials out there, each exploring a different section of JavaScript. Okay, so this is just introduction. This is just the beginning of what you can do and the power of JavaScript. Okay, so keep learning more. Go beyond this that we've covered. All right, do more complicated stuff. Try your hands on lots of beginner projects because it will really help you. And then at the end of the day, your future self will be proud of yourself that, hey, man, my future self, my past self, thank you so much for doing this. All right, so thank you for taking this course. But before you go, once again, do not forget to subscribe to the channel. All right, do subscribe to the channel for to support us, to show your support. Leave your comments. Share this video to your friends or loved ones, people you think that will benefit from this course. All right, we try to make programming as easy as possible for even the beginners, the very bare bones beginners to understand. All right, and we'll be dropping more courses on this channel. So once again, do not forget to subscribe. All right, subscribe. Thank you so much for taking this course, and then I hope to catch you in the next course. Bye bye.